Hola. Bienvenidos.
I'm Valentina, your AI-generated Spanish instructor. I'm here to help you learn to speak and understand Spanish just like a native Spanish speaker. Before we get started on your Learn Spanish for Beginners like a MF 8-hour course, there are 2 things I want you to do. Number 1. Click that subscribe button in the lower right-hand corner, and then click the notifications bell. That way we can help you in your journey to achieve all your learning Spanish goals. Number 2. Pause this video and go check out the special offer I have for you in the description of this video. It's your chance to get our newest Learning Spanish app for free. And it's called Learn Conversational Spanish like a MF. And I can promise you that if you use this program, in no time, you'll be speaking conversational Spanish like a MF. And MF stands for Master of Fluency. And you can get this app for free with a trial subscription to Audible. And if you're wondering if this app is for you or not, then let me ask you a question. Have you used another app or maybe even 2 or more apps, and after using those apps for weeks, months, or even years, you still can't speak Spanish well enough to hold a conversation with a 4-year-old Spanish speaker? If that sounds like you, click the link in the description of this video so you can find out what Audible customers have to say about our newest app. Now, before we get started, I want to tell you how to get the most out of this Learn Spanish for Beginners like a MF course. We all learn through repetition. So listen to this Spanish course 4 or 5 times, or until you feel confident that you have mastered the material. Without further ado, let's get started with Learn Spanish for Beginners like a MF.
Lesson 1. Lección 1. In this lesson, you will learn how to pronounce the vowels in Spanish. You will also learn some helpful greetings. I will begin with las vocales, or the vowels. It is very important that you learn how to correctly pronounce the Spanish vowels. The only way you can learn proper pronunciation in Spanish is by first learning how to properly pronounce the vowels in Spanish. One of the main reasons why some Spanish speakers may have trouble understanding beginner students when they speak Spanish is because the student is not correctly pronouncing the vowels when speaking Spanish words and phrases. Or the student is pronouncing the vowels in Spanish as if they were English vowels. So let's now learn the Spanish vowels. Listen and repeat.
A, E, I, O, U.
Be sure to imitate the pronunciation of the Spanish speakers. Once again, listen and repeat.
A, E, I, O, U.
One final time. Listen and repeat.
A, E, I, O, U.
In the coming lessons, I will teach you how to conjugate Spanish verbs. I will also simplify some complex areas of Spanish grammar. I will also teach you lots of Spanish vocabulary related to technology, computers, social media, and even Uber transportation. But for the rest of this lesson, we will learn some greetings and basic conversational phrases. This is how you say hi or hello. Listen and repeat.
Hola. Hola. Hola.
As a reminder, make sure that you imitate the pronunciation of the Spanish speakers so that you develop an authentic Latin American Spanish accent. Once again, listen and repeat.
Hola. Hola.
This is how you say the phrase, my name is. Listen and repeat.
Me llamo. Me llamo. Me llamo.
This time, I want you to complete the sentence and tell me what your name is. For example, if your name is John, when I ask, "What's your name?" you'll respond, "Me llamo John." What's your name?
Me llamo. Me llamo.
Spanish has two different ways that you can ask someone, "What's your name?" There is a formal way that you can use to ask, "What's your name?" And there is also an informal way. Let's now learn the formal way. Use the formal way if you're in a business setting or if you are speaking to someone who you would normally address by sir or ma'am. Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo se llama usted? ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se llama usted?
Speaking to someone who you would address by sir or ma'am, ask, "What's your name?"
¿Cómo se llama usted? ¿Cómo se llama usted?
Respond using the phrase, "Me llamo," and tell me, "What's your name?"
Me llamo. Me llamo.
Let's now learn the informal way to ask, "What's your name?" You can use the informal way when speaking to someone who you would feel comfortable addressing by his or her first name. Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Speaking to someone who you would address by their first name, ask, "What's your name?"
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Respond using the phrase, "Me llamo," and tell me, "What's your name?"
Me llamo. Me llamo.
Let's now learn how to ask, "What's your last name?" when speaking to someone who you would address by sir or ma'am. Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál es su apellido? ¿Cuál es su apellido? ¿Cuál es su apellido?
The question, ¿Cuál es su apellido?, literally means, "Which is your last name?" In the question, ¿Cuál es su apellido?, which word do you think means which?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
In the question, ¿Cuál es su apellido?, which word do you think means is?
Es. Es. Es.
In the question, ¿Cuál es su apellido?, which word do you think is the formal word for your?
Su. Su. Su.
In the question, ¿Cuál es su apellido?, which word do you think means last name?
Apellido. Apellido. Apellido.
Speaking to someone who you would address by sir or ma'am, ask, "What's your last name?"
¿Cuál es su apellido? ¿Cuál es su apellido?
This is how you say the phrase, "My last name is." Listen and repeat.
Mi apellido es. Mi apellido es. Mi apellido es.
In the phrase, "Mi apellido es," which word do you think means my?
Mi. Mi. Mi.
How do you say the phrase, "My last name is"?
Mi apellido es. Mi apellido es.
This time, answer my question and tell me your last name using a complete sentence. For example, if your last name is Williams, when I ask, "¿Cuál es su apellido?" you'll respond, "Mi apellido es Williams." ¿Cuál es su apellido?
Mi apellido es. Mi apellido es.
Let's now learn how to ask, "What's your last name?" when speaking to someone who you would address by their first name. Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál es tu apellido? ¿Cuál es tu apellido? ¿Cuál es tu apellido?
Did you notice that when speaking to someone who we address by their first name, we ask the informal question, "¿Cuál es tu apellido?" And we use the informal Spanish adjective, tú, in order to say your. But when speaking to someone who we address by sir or ma'am, we ask the formal question, ¿Cuál es su apellido? And we use the formal Spanish adjective, su, in order to say your. Speaking to someone who you would address by their first name, ask, "What's your last name?"
¿Cuál es tu apellido? ¿Cuál es tu apellido?
Answer my question and tell me your last name using a complete sentence. ¿Cuál es tu apellido?
Mi apellido es. Mi apellido es.
Let's now learn how to ask, "What's your full name?" when speaking to someone who you would address by sir or ma'am. Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál es su nombre completo? ¿Cuál es su nombre completo? ¿Cuál es su nombre completo?
In the question, ¿Cuál es su nombre completo? Which word do you think means name?
Nombre. Nombre. Nombre.
In the question, ¿Cuál es su nombre completo? Which word do you think means full or complete?
Completo. Completo. Completo.
Speaking to someone who you would address by sir or ma'am, ask, "What's your full name?"
¿Cuál es su nombre completo? ¿Cuál es su nombre completo?
This is how you say the phrase, "My full name is." Listen and repeat.
Mi nombre completo es. Mi nombre completo es. Mi nombre completo es.
How do you say the phrase, "My full name is"?
Mi nombre completo es. Mi nombre completo es.
This time, answer my question and tell me your full name using a complete sentence. For example, if your full name is John Williams, when I ask, "¿Cuál es su nombre completo?" you'll respond, "Mi nombre completo es John Williams." ¿Cuál es su nombre completo?
Mi nombre completo es. Mi nombre completo es.
Let's now learn how to ask, "What's your full name?" when speaking to someone who you would address by their first name. Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál es tu nombre completo? ¿Cuál es tu nombre completo? ¿Cuál es tu nombre completo?
In the question, ¿Cuál es tu nombre completo? Which word do you think is the informal word for your?
Tú. Tú. Tú.
Speaking to someone who you would address by their first name, ask, "What's your full name?"
¿Cuál es tu nombre completo? ¿Cuál es tu nombre completo?
This time, answer my question and tell me your full name using a complete sentence. ¿Cuál es tu nombre completo?
Mi nombre completo es. Mi nombre completo es.
When meeting someone or when being introduced to someone, this is how you say, "It's a pleasure." Listen and repeat.
Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto.
The phrase mucho gusto literally means much pleasure. If the phrase mucho gusto literally means much pleasure, which word do you think means much?
Mucho. Mucho. Mucho.
If the phrase mucho gusto literally means much pleasure, which word do you think means pleasure?
Gusto. Gusto. Gusto.
Again, how do you say, it's a pleasure?
Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto.
This is how you say, the pleasure is mine. Listen and repeat.
El gusto es mío. El gusto es mío. El gusto es mío.
The phrase, el gusto es mío, literally means, the pleasure is mine. If the phrase, el gusto es mío, literally means, the pleasure is mine, which word do you think means mine?
Mío. Mío. Mío.
How do you say, the pleasure is mine?
El gusto es mío. El gusto es mío.
This is how you say, it was a pleasure meeting you when speaking to someone who you would address by sir. Listen and repeat.
Fue un placer conocerlo. Fue un placer conocerlo. Fue un placer conocerlo.
Besides the Spanish word gusto, the Spanish word placer also means pleasure. In the phrase, fue un placer conocerlo, which word or words do you think means meeting you?
Conocerlo. Conocerlo. Conocerlo.
Again, how do you say, it was a pleasure meeting you?
Fue un placer conocerlo. Fue un placer conocerlo.
This is how you say, it was a pleasure meeting you when speaking to someone who you would address by ma'am. Listen and repeat.
Fue un placer conocerla. Fue un placer conocerla. Fue un placer conocerla.
Did you notice that when speaking to someone who we address by sir, we use the phrase, fue un placer conocerlo? But when speaking to someone who we address by ma'am, we use the phrase, fue un placer conocerla, in order to say, it was a pleasure meeting you. Again, speaking to someone who you address by ma'am, how do you say, it was a pleasure meeting you?
Fue un placer conocerla. Fue un placer conocerla.
This is how you say, it was a pleasure meeting you when speaking to someone who you address by their first name. Listen and repeat.
Fue un placer conocerte. Fue un placer conocerte. Fue un placer conocerte.
Did you notice that when speaking to someone who we address by their first name, we use the phrase, fue un placer conocerte, instead of using, fue un placer conocerlo, or fue un placer conocerla? Again, speaking to someone who you address by their first name, how do you say, it was a pleasure meeting you?
Fue un placer conocerte. Fue un placer conocerte.
This is how you say, you too, or same to you. Listen and repeat.
Igualmente. Igualmente. Igualmente.
The Spanish word igualmente literally means equally, but Spanish speakers use the word igualmente the same way English speakers use the phrases you too or same to you. How do you say you too or same to you?
Igualmente. Igualmente.
This is the end of Lección 1. If you feel comfortable answering 90% or more of my questions in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 2. If not, repeat this lesson until you are able to get 90% or more of the responses correct. However, before moving on to the next lesson, be sure to practice saying the vowels at the beginning of this lesson several times. As I mentioned earlier, it is very important that you learn how to correctly pronounce the Spanish vowels. The only way you can learn proper pronunciation in Spanish is by first learning how to properly pronounce the vowels in Spanish. Lesson 2. Lección 2. In the next lesson, which is lesson number 3, you'll begin learning how to conjugate Spanish verbs. In the next lesson, you'll also learn how to ask someone what he or she does for a living and the names of some professions, including the names of some professions which are very common in the new millennium or the 21st century. But first, let's learn some more greetings and basic conversational phrases in this lesson. Speaking to someone who you would address by sir or ma'am, this is how you ask, "How are you?" Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo está usted? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está usted?
It is not always necessary to include the pronoun usted, which is the formal word for you. Speaking to someone who you address by sir or ma'am, you can ask, "How are you?" either by asking, ¿Cómo está usted? Or just, ¿Cómo está? Again, speaking to someone who you address by sir or ma'am, ask, "How are you?"
¿Cómo está usted? ¿Cómo está?
This is how you respond, "Fine," or "Well." Listen and repeat.
Bien. Bien. Bien.
And this is how you respond, "Very fine," or "Very well." Listen and repeat.
Muy bien. Muy bien. Muy bien.
This time, answer my question and tell me that you're very well. ¿Cómo está usted?
Muy bien. Muy bien.
Speaking to someone who you address by their first name, this is how you ask, "How are you?" Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo estás tú? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás tú?
It is not always necessary to include the pronoun tú, which is the informal word for you. When speaking to someone who you address by their first name, you can ask, "How are you?" either by asking, "¿Cómo estás tú?" or "¿Cómo estás?" Speaking to someone who you address by their first name, ask, "How are you?"
¿Cómo estás tú? ¿Cómo estás?
Estoy bien. ¿Y tú? I just said, "Estoy bien. ¿Y tú?" That means, "I am fine. And you?" This is the informal way to ask, "And you?" Listen and repeat.
¿Y tú? ¿Y tú? ¿Y tú?
In the phrase or question, ¿Y tú? Which Spanish word do you think means and?
¿Y? ¿Y? ¿Y?
Speaking to someone who you address by sir or ma'am, tell me what you think is the formal way to ask, "And you?"
¿Y usted? ¿Y usted? ¿Y usted?
Imagine that I am a friend of yours or someone else who you address by their first name. Answer my question and tell me that you're very well, and then ask, "And you?" ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien. ¿Y tú? Muy bien. ¿Y tú? Muy bien. ¿Y tú?
And this is how you respond, "Very well, thanks." Listen and repeat.
Muy bien, gracias. Muy bien, gracias.
How do you say, "Very well, thanks"?
Muy bien. Gracias. Muy bien. Gracias.
In the phrase, "Muy bien, gracias," which word means thanks?
Gracias. Gracias. Gracias.
Speaking to someone who you address by sir or ma'am, this is how you say the phrase, "Allow me to introduce you to." Listen and repeat.
Permítame presentarle a... Permítame presentarle a... Permítame presentarle a...
How do you say, "Allow me to introduce you to"?
Permítame presentarle a... Permítame presentarle a...
How do you say, "Allow me to introduce you to Juan"?
Permítame presentarle a Juan. Permítame presentarle a Juan.
Speaking to someone who you address by their first name, this is how you say the phrase, "Allow me to introduce you to." Listen and repeat.
Permíteme presentarte a. Permíteme presentarte a. Permíteme presentarte a.
Did you notice that when speaking to someone who we address by their first name, we say, "Permíteme presentarte"? But when speaking to someone who we address by sir or ma'am, we say, "Permítame presentarle." In other words, we use the informal pronoun te, which means you, when speaking to someone who we address by their first name. And we use the formal pronoun le, which also means you, when speaking to someone who we address by sir or ma'am. Again, speaking to someone who you address by their first name, say, "Allow me to introduce you to."
Permíteme presentarte a. Permíteme presentarte a.
How do you say, "Allow me to introduce you to Silvia"?
Permíteme presentarte a Silvia. Permíteme presentarte a Silvia.
This is how you ask, "How's it going?" when speaking to someone who you address by sir or ma'am. Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo le va? ¿Cómo le va? ¿Cómo le va?
Speaking to someone who you address by their first name, this is how you ask, "How's it going?" Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va?
Now imagine that you're speaking to someone who you address by sir or ma'am and ask, "How's it going?"
¿Cómo le va? ¿Cómo le va?
Did you notice again that when speaking to someone who you address by sir or ma'am, you use the formal pronoun le? But when speaking to someone who you address by their first name, you use the informal pronoun te. Speaking to someone who you address by their first name, ask, "How's it going?"
¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va?
Respond, "Very well, thanks."
Muy bien, gracias. Muy bien, gracias.
This is how you say goodbye. Listen and repeat.
Adiós. Adiós. Adiós.
How do you say goodbye?
Adiós. Adiós.
Besides adios, here's another Spanish word that also means goodbye. Listen and repeat.
Chao. Chao. Chao.
Besides adios, what's another word in Spanish to say goodbye?
Chao. Chao.
This is another way to say goodbye in Spanish, and it literally means until later. Listen and repeat.
Hasta luego. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.
How do you say until later?
Hasta luego. Hasta luego.
This is how you say see you later. Listen and repeat.
Nos vemos. Nos vemos. Nos vemos.
How do you say see you later?
Nos vemos. Nos vemos.
This is how you say see you soon. Listen and repeat.
Hasta pronto. Hasta pronto. Hasta pronto.
Hasta pronto literally means until soon. Again, how do you say see you soon?
Hasta pronto. Hasta pronto.
This is how you say see you on Monday. Listen and repeat.
Hasta el lunes. Hasta el lunes. Hasta el lunes.
Hasta el lunes literally means until Monday. Again, how do you say see you Monday?
Hasta el lunes. Hasta el lunes.
This is how you say good morning. Listen and repeat.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días.
Buenos días literally means good days. In the phrase buenos días, which word means days?
Días. Días.
Again, how do you say good morning?
Buenos días. Buenos días.
This is how you say good afternoon. Listen and repeat.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes literally means good afternoons. In the phrase buenas tardes, which word means afternoons?
Tardes. Tardes.
Again, how do you say good afternoon?
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
This is how you say good night. Listen and repeat.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches literally means good nights. In the phrase buenas noches, which word means nights?
Noches. Noches.
Again, how do you say good night?
Buenas noches. Buenas noches.
This is how you say good riddance. Listen and repeat.
Hasta nunca. Hasta nunca. Hasta nunca.
Hasta nunca literally means until never. Again, how do you say good riddance?
Hasta nunca. Hasta nunca.
This is how you say happy birthday. Listen and repeat.
Feliz cumpleaños. Feliz cumpleaños. Feliz cumpleaños.
How do you say happy birthday?
Feliz cumpleaños. Feliz cumpleaños.
This is how you say Merry Christmas. Listen and repeat.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
How do you say Merry Christmas?
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
This is how you say Happy New Year. Listen and repeat.
Feliz Año Nuevo. Feliz Año Nuevo. Feliz Año Nuevo.
How do you say Happy New Year?
Feliz Año Nuevo. Feliz Año Nuevo.
This is how you say congratulations. Listen and repeat.
Felicitaciones. Felicitaciones. Felicitaciones.
How do you say congratulations?
Felicitaciones. Felicitaciones.
Besides felicitaciones, here's another way to say congratulations. Listen and repeat.
Felicidades. Felicidades. Felicidades.
Besides felicitaciones, what's another way to say congratulations?
Felicidades. Felicidades.
This is how you say bless you if someone sneezes. Listen and repeat.
Salud. Salud. Salud.
How do you say bless you?
Salud. Salud.
This is how you say cheers. Listen and repeat.
Salud. Salud. Salud.
Did you notice that in Spanish, we use the same word to say both cheers and to say bless you when someone sneezes? Again, how do you say cheers?
Salud. Salud.
This is how you say thank you very much. Listen and repeat.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
How do you say thank you very much?
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
This is how you say you're welcome. Listen and repeat.
De nada. De nada. De nada.
A closer translation of the phrase de nada is it's nothing. The phrase de nada literally means of nothing. Again, how do you say you're welcome?
De nada. De nada.
Besides de nada, here's another way to say you're welcome. Listen and repeat.
Con gusto. Con gusto. Con gusto.
The phrase con gusto literally means with pleasure. If the phrase con gusto literally means with pleasure, which word means pleasure?
Gusto. Gusto.
And if the phrase con gusto literally means with pleasure, which word means with?
Con. Con. Con.
Again, besides de nada, what's another way to say you're welcome?
Con gusto. Con gusto.
This is how you say pardon me. Listen and repeat.
Perdón. Perdón. Perdón.
How do you say pardon me?
Perdón. Perdón.
This is how you say excuse me. Listen and repeat.
Discúlpeme. Discúlpeme. Discúlpeme.
How do you say excuse me?
Discúlpeme. Discúlpeme.
This is how you say good luck. Listen and repeat.
Buena suerte. Buena suerte. Buena suerte.
In the phrase, buena suerte, which word means luck?
Suerte. Suerte.
Again, how do you say, good luck?
Buena suerte. Buena suerte.
This is how you say, have a good trip. Listen and repeat.
Buen viaje. Buen viaje. Buen viaje.
In the phrase, buen viaje, which word means trip?
Viaje. Viaje.
Again, how do you say, have a good trip?
Buen viaje. Buen viaje.
This is the end of Lección 2. If you feel comfortable answering 90% or more of my questions in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 3. If not, repeat this lesson until you are able to get 90% or more of the responses correct. Lesson 3. Lección 3. In this lesson, we will learn how to ask someone what he or she does for a living. We will also learn how to conjugate the verb ser in the present tense. The Spanish verb ser means to be. There are two verbs in Spanish which mean to be. Besides the verb ser, the verb estar also means to be. In the future, we will learn the Spanish verb estar. For now, I want you to think of the verb ser as the verb we use when we talk about permanent or lasting attributes. And we use the verb estar to indicate temporary states and locations. In Spanish, we use the verb ser to talk about professions. I know that you can change your profession or what you do for a living, but we usually do not frequently change our professions or what we do for a living. That's why we use the verb ser when talking about professions, since professions usually last for quite a while, if not permanently. In this lesson, we will also learn the names of some professions. You may or may not already know how to say doctor, lawyer, dentist, nurse, fireman, and police officer in Spanish. If you do not already know how to say the names of these professions in Spanish, there are lots of free videos on YouTube that will teach them to you. In this lesson, I will teach you the names of some professions which are very common in the 21st century. The names of professions which are not taught in other Spanish programs. But before I teach you one of two verbs which mean to be, I want you to listen to the following conversation.
Hola,
Hola.
¿cómo estás?
Bien, gracias. ¿Y tú?
Excelente. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Vanessa. ¿Y tú? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Miguel.
¿Cuál es tu nombre completo?
Mi nombre completo es Miguel Pérez. ¿Cuál es tu apellido?
Mi apellido es Flores.
Entonces, ¿tu nombre completo es Vanessa Flores?
Sí, mi nombre completo es Vanessa Flores.
Mucho gusto.
El gusto es mío.
¿A qué te dedicas?
¿Cómo?
¿Qué haces? O sea, ¿en qué trabajas?
Soy diseñadora gráfica. ¿Qué haces tú? ¿Eres bloguero?
No, no soy bloguero. Soy conductor de Uber. Vanessa, fue un placer conocerte.
Igualmente.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
This is how you say the verb ser or the verb to be. Listen and repeat.
Ser. Ser. Ser.
This is how you say the phrase, I am, as in, I am a graphic designer. Listen and repeat.
Yo soy. Soy. Yo soy.
In Spanish, it is not always necessary to use the pronoun yo, which means I, as in the phrase, I am. In order to say I am, you can either say yo soy or just soy. The pronoun yo can be added for clarity or to show emphasis. Again, how do you say I am?
Yo soy. Soy.
This is how you say graphic designer. Listen and repeat.
Diseñador gráfico. Diseñador gráfico. Diseñador gráfico.
How do you say graphic designer?
Diseñador gráfico. Diseñador gráfico.
In the phrase diseñador gráfico, which word do you think means designer?
Diseñador. Diseñador. Diseñador.
In the phrase diseñador gráfico, which word do you think means graphic?
Gráfico. Gráfico. Gráfico.
I just taught you how to say graphic designer in Spanish when referring to a male. This is how you say graphic designer when referring to a female. Listen and repeat.
Diseñadora gráfica. Diseñadora gráfica. Diseñadora gráfica.
How do you say graphic designer when referring to a woman?
Diseñadora gráfica. Diseñadora gráfica.
I hope you noticed that when referring to a male designer, we use the word diseñador. And when we're referring to a female designer, we use the word diseñadora. Once again, how do you say the phrase, I am?
Yo soy. Soy.
How do you say, I am a graphic designer?
Yo soy diseñador gráfico. Soy diseñador gráfico. Yo soy diseñador gráfico.
If you're female, did you make sure that you said diseñadora gráfica and not diseñador gráfico? Tell me again. How do you say, I am a graphic designer?
Yo soy diseñador gráfico. Soy diseñador gráfico.
The phrase soy diseñadora gráfica literally means I am graphic designer. In Spanish, unlike in English, we do not include an indefinite article and say, soy una diseñadora gráfica. However, there is an exception. If I wish to modify the Spanish word diseñadora gráfica and say that I am a talented graphic designer or I'm a famous graphic designer, in that case, you must include an indefinite article and say, soy una diseñadora gráfica talentosa, or soy una diseñadora gráfica famosa. If you are speaking to someone who you address by señor or señora, or sir or ma'am, this is how you would say the phrase, you are, as in, you are an Uber driver. Listen and repeat.
Usted es. Es. Usted es.
In Spanish, it is not always necessary to use the pronoun usted, which means you, as in the phrase, you are. But the pronoun usted is often included for clarity or emphasis, or even to show respect. Again, how do you say, you are?
Usted es. Es.
There are actually two ways in Spanish to say the pronoun for the English word you. Usted is one of the words, and the other word is tú. Later in this lesson, we will learn how to use the pronoun tú in Spanish. For now, just think of the pronoun usted as the way to say you when speaking to someone who you address by señor or señora, or sir or ma'am. Once again, how do you say you are?
Usted es. Es. Usted es.
This is how you say Uber driver. Listen and repeat.
Conductor de Uber. Conductor de Uber. Conductor de Uber.
How do you say Uber driver?
Conductor de Uber. Conductor de Uber.
The phrase conductor de Uber literally means driver of Uber. The Spanish word de means the English word of. In the phrase conductor de Uber, which word do you think means driver?
Conductor. Conductor. Conductor.
You just learned how to say Uber driver in Spanish when referring to a male. Now I want you to tell me how do you think you'd say Uber driver when referring to a female?
Conductora de Uber. Conductora de Uber. Conductora de Uber.
How do you say Uber driver when referring to a woman?
Conductora de Uber. Conductora de Uber.
Now tell me, how do you say the phrase you are?
Usted es. Es.
Speaking to a male, how do you say, you are an Uber driver?
Usted es conductor de Uber. Es conductor de Uber.
Speaking to a female, how do you say, you are an Uber driver?
Usted es conductora de Uber. Es conductora de Uber.
And how do you say the phrase, I am?
Yo soy. Soy.
And how do you say, I am an Uber driver?
Yo soy conductor de Uber. Soy conductor de Uber.
If you're a female, did you make sure that you used the word conductora instead of conductor? Tell me again, how do you say, I am an Uber driver?
Yo soy conductor de Uber. Soy conductor de Uber.
Let's now learn another way to say the pronoun you in Spanish. You have already learned the pronoun usted. Let's now learn the pronoun tú. As I mentioned earlier in this lesson, think of the pronoun usted as the way to say you when speaking to someone who you address by señor or señora, or sir or ma'am. In that case, you can think of the pronoun tú as the way to say you when speaking to someone who you address by their first name. This is how you say the phrase, you are, as in, you are a blogger, if you were speaking to someone who you address by his or her first name. Listen and repeat.
Tú eres. Eres. Tú eres.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say, you are?
Tú eres. Eres.
In Spanish, it is not always necessary to use the pronoun tú. In order to say you are, you can either say tú eres or just eres. The pronoun tú can be added for clarity or to show emphasis. This is how you say blogger. Listen and repeat.
Bloguero. Bloguero. Bloguero.
And if referring to a female blogger, how do you think you'd say blogger?
Bloguera. Bloguera. Bloguera.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say the phrase, you are?
Tú eres. Eres.
Speaking to a male friend, how do you say, you are a blogger?
Tú eres bloguero. Eres bloguero. Tú eres bloguero.
Speaking to a female friend, how do you say, you are a blogger?
Tú eres bloguera. Eres bloguera.
Although you probably know how to say the words for yes and no in Spanish, let's learn them now just in case. Be very careful to imitate the Spanish speakers so that you do not sound like you're pronouncing English words when you say the Spanish words for yes and no. This is how you say yes in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Sí. Sí. Sí.
How do you say yes?
Sí. ¿Sí?
And this is how you say no in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
No. No. No.
How do you say no?
No. No.
Speaking to someone who you address by their first name, this is how you ask, "What do you do?" As in, what do you do for a living? Listen and repeat.
¿Qué haces tú? ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué haces tú?
In the question, ¿Qué haces tú? Or what do you do? Which word do you think means what?
¿Qué? ¿Qué? ¿Qué?
In the question, ¿Qué haces tú? Or what do you do? Which word do you think means the phrase, you do?
Haces. Haces. Haces.
Besides ¿Qué haces?, there are some other ways in Spanish to ask someone, what do you do for a living? For example, you can ask, ¿En qué trabajas? Which can be translated as, what line of work are you in? You can also ask, ¿A qué te dedicas? Which can be translated as, what do you dedicate yourself to? But in this lesson, we will use the more conversational question, ¿Qué haces?, in order to ask, what do you do for a living? Again, speaking to un amigo or someone who you address by their first name, ask, what do you do for a living?
¿Qué haces tú? ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué haces tú?
This is the end of this lesson. If you were able to get 90% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to the next lesson. If not, repeat this lesson until you are able to get 90% or more of the responses correct. Lección 21. Lesson 21. Now listen to the following conversation.
Sara, te presento a mi amigo Alejandro.
Mucho gusto, Alejandro.
El gusto es mío.
Alejandro y yo trabajamos juntos.
¿Cómo?
Nosotros dos trabajamos juntos en línea.
¿En qué trabajan ustedes? ¿Son influencers?
No, no somos influencers.
Entonces, ¿qué hacen?
¿Qué hacemos en línea?
Sí, ¿qué hacen en línea?
Somos creadores de contenido.
¿En serio? ¿Ustedes son creadores de contenido?
Claro, somos creadores de contenido.
¿En qué plataforma?
¿Cómo?
¿En qué plataforma trabajan? ¿YouTube?
No, no trabajamos en YouTube.
Entonces, ¿en qué plataforma trabajan?
Trabajamos en OnlyFans.
¿Ustedes trabajan juntos en OnlyFans?
Sí, trabajamos juntos en OnlyFans.
Let's now learn how to introduce people. If speaking to a friend or to someone you're used to addressing by their first name, así se dice, I introduce you. Escucha y repite.
Te presento. Presento. Te presento.
¿Cómo se dice I introduce you?
Te presento. Te presento.
And if speaking to Señor López, how do you think you'd say, I introduce you?
Le presento. Le presento.
Again, speaking to Señor López, ¿cómo se dice, I introduce you?
Le presento. Le presento.
Hablando con un amigo, ¿cómo se dice, I introduce you to my friend?
Te presento a mi amigo. Amigo. Mi amigo. A mi amigo. Te presento a mi amigo.
And if you're introducing your friend to a female friend, ¿cómo se dice, I introduce you to my friend?
Te presento a mi amiga. A mi amiga. Te presento a mi amiga.
¿Cómo se dice, pleased to meet you?
Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto.
¿Y cómo se dice, the pleasure is mine?
El gusto es mío. El gusto es mío.
Así se dice el verbo. This is how you say the verb to work, as in to work at a restaurant or to work at a hotel. Escucha y repite.
Trabajar. Trabajar.
¿Cómo se dice el verbo to work?
Trabajar. Trabajar.
Now take a guess and tell me how you think you'd say the phrase, I work.
Yo trabajo. Trabajo.
¿Cómo se dice I work?
Yo trabajo. Trabajo.
Hablando con un amigo o una amiga, ¿cómo se pregunta do you work?
¿Tú trabajas? ¿Trabajas?
Otra vez, hablando con un amigo o una amiga, ¿cómo se pregunta do you work?
¿Tú trabajas? ¿Trabajas?
Hablando con un señor, ¿cómo se pregunta "Do you work"?
¿Usted trabaja? ¿Trabaja?
I want you to be aware that the word trabaja can mean you work when speaking to someone who you normally address by señor or señora. And the word trabaja can also mean he works or she works. That's why Spanish speakers will often include the pronouns usted, él, and ella for clarity or emphasis, and say, usted trabaja, él trabaja, ella trabaja. Otra vez, hablando con un señor, ¿cómo se pregunta "Do you work"?
¿Usted trabaja? ¿Trabaja?
Responde, yes, I work.
Sí, yo trabajo.
Dile, I work every day.
Yo trabajo todos los días. Trabajo todos los días.
Así se dice la frase, we work. Escucha y repite.
Nosotros trabajamos. Nosotros trabajamos.
¿Cómo se dice we work?
Nosotros trabajamos. Trabajamos.
In the phrase nosotros trabajamos, which word do you think means the pronoun we?
Nosotros. Nosotros.
Nosotros trabajamos is how you say we work if you're in a group that consists of only males or a group that consists of both males and females. If you're a woman and you're in a group that only consists of females, how do you think you'd say the phrase we work?
Nosotras trabajamos. Nosotras. Trabajamos.
Did you notice that we use the pronoun nosotros to say the pronoun we if we're in a group that consists of only males or a group that consists of both males and females? But we use the pronoun nosotras to say the pronoun we if we're in a group that only consists of females. Again, if you're a woman and you're in a group that only consists of females, how do you say the phrase we work?
Nosotras trabajamos. Trabajamos.
Así se dice la frase you work if speaking to more than one person. Escucha y repite.
Ustedes trabajan. Ustedes trabajan.
Ustedes is the plural word for you. In American English, when speaking informally, the pronoun ustedes is the equivalent of saying you guys, irrespective of one's gender. Otra vez, hablando con más de una persona, ¿cómo se dice you work or you guys work?
Ustedes trabajan. Ustedes. trabajan.
Not only does the word trabajan mean you work when speaking to more than one person, or you guys work. Trabajan can also mean they work when referring to a group that only consists of males, a group that consists of both males and females, or even a group that only consists of females. That's why Spanish speakers will often include the pronouns ustedes, ellos, and ellas for clarity or emphasis. We will learn more about the pronouns ellos and ellas in a future lesson. Hablando con más de una persona, ¿cómo se pregunta? Do you work? Or do you guys work?
¿Ustedes trabajan? ¿Trabajan?
Responde, yes, we work.
Sí, nosotros trabajamos. Trabajamos.
Pregúntales. Ask them, do you guys work every day?
¿Ustedes trabajan todos los días? ¿Trabajan todos los días?
Dile, no, we don't work every day.
No, nosotros no trabajamos todos los días. No trabajamos todos los días.
Así se dice la palabra together, as in a group who works together. Escucha y repite.
Juntos. Juntos.
¿Cómo se pregunta? Do you guys work together?
¿Ustedes trabajan juntos? ¿Trabajan juntos?
Responde, yes, we work together.
Sí, nosotros trabajamos juntos. Trabajamos juntos.
Así se dice la palabra online, as in we work together online. Escucha y repite.
En línea. En línea.
In the phrase en línea, which word do you think means line?
Línea. Línea.
¿Cómo se dice online?
En línea. Línea. En línea.
¿Cómo se pregunta? Do you guys work together online?
¿Ustedes trabajan juntos en línea? ¿Trabajan juntos en línea?
Responde, yes, we work together online.
Sí, nosotros trabajamos juntos en línea. Trabajamos juntos en línea.
I'm sure you already know how to say the number 2 in Spanish, but just to make sure, tell me how you say the number 2 in Spanish.
Dos. Dos.
¿Cómo se dice, the two of us work together online?
Nosotros dos trabajamos juntos en línea. Nosotros dos. Nosotros dos trabajamos juntos en línea.
In an earlier lesson, I taught you how to ask, what type of work do you do? Hablando con un amigo, ¿cómo se pregunta, what kind of work do you do?
¿En qué trabajas tú? ¿En qué trabajas?
Hablando con la señora Pérez, ¿cómo se pregunta, what kind of work do you do?
¿En qué trabaja usted? ¿En qué trabaja?
Now imagine that you are speaking to two or more people. ¿Cómo se pregunta, what kind of work do you do?
¿En qué trabajan ustedes? Trabajan. ¿En qué trabajan?
Otra vez, hablando con más de una persona. ¿Cómo se pregunta, what kind of work do you do?
¿En qué trabajan ustedes? Trabajan. ¿En qué trabajan?
Pretending that you're not sure if you understood the question. Pregúntale, what kind of work do we do?
¿En qué trabajamos nosotros? Trabajamos. ¿En qué trabajamos?
Responde, yes, what kind of work do you do?
Sí, ¿en qué trabajan ustedes?
Así se dice la palabra influencer, as in, she's an Instagram influencer. Escucha y repite.
Influencer. Influencer.
And this is how you say the plural word for influencer. In other words, this is how you say influencers. Escucha y repite.
Influencers. Influencers.
In an earlier lesson, I taught you how to say the phrase I am when talking about professions. Hablando de una profesión, ¿cómo se dice I am?
Yo soy. Soy.
In an earlier lesson, I also taught you how to say the phrase you are when talking about professions. Hablando con una amiga sobre una profesión, ¿cómo se dice you are?
Tú eres. Eres.
Hablando con un amigo, ¿cómo se pregunta, ¿Are you an influencer?
¿Tú eres influencer? ¿Eres influencer?
Responde, No, I'm not an influencer.
No. Yo no soy influencer. No soy influencer.
Dile, I'm an Uber driver.
Soy conductor de Uber.
This is how you say the phrase you are if speaking to more than one person and when referring to a profession. Escucha y repite.
Ustedes son. Son.
Otra vez, hablando con más de una persona sobre profesiones, ¿cómo se dice you are?
Ustedes son. Son.
Así se dice la frase we are cuando estás hablando de profesiones. Escucha y repite.
Nosotros somos. Somos.
Otra vez, hablando de profesiones, ¿cómo se dice we are?
Nosotros somos. Somos.
Hablando con dos personas, ¿cómo se pregunta? Are you influencers?
¿Ustedes son influencers? ¿Son influencers?
Otra vez, hablando con dos personas, ¿cómo se pregunta? Are you influencers?
¿Ustedes son influencers? ¿Son influencers?
Responde, Yes, we are influencers.
Sí, nosotros somos influencers. Somos influencers.
¿Y cómo se responde? No, we are not influencers.
No. Nosotros no somos influencers. No somos influencers.
This is the end of Lección 21. If you were able to correctly answer 90% or more of my questions in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 22. Lección 22. Lesson 22. Before moving on, let's review. Hablando con una amiga sobre una profesión, ¿cómo se dice you are?
Tú eres. Eres.
Hablando con un amigo, ¿cómo se pregunta? Are you an influencer?
¿Tú eres influencer? ¿Eres influencer?
Responde, No, I'm not an influencer.
No, yo no soy influencer. No soy influencer.
Dile, I'm a yoga instructor.
Soy instructor de yoga.
Hablando con más de una persona sobre profesiones, ¿cómo se dice you are?
Ustedes son. Son.
Hablando de profesiones, ¿cómo se dice we are?
Nosotros somos. Somos.
Hablando con dos personas, ¿cómo se pregunta are you influencers?
¿Ustedes son influencers? ¿Son influencers?
Otra vez, hablando con dos personas, ¿cómo se pregunta are you influencers?
¿Ustedes son influencers? ¿Son influencers?
Responde, yes, we are influencers.
Sí, nosotros somos influencers. Somos influencers.
¿Y cómo se responde? No, we are not influencers.
No, nosotros no somos influencers. No somos influencers.
In an earlier lesson, I taught you how to ask, what do you do? As in, what do you do for a living? Hablando con un amigo, ¿cómo se pregunta, what do you do?
¿Qué haces tú? ¿Qué haces?
Hablando con el señor Molina, ¿cómo se pregunta, what do you do?
¿Qué hace usted? ¿Qué hace?
Now I want you to take a guess. Imagine that I ask you, ¿qué haces? If you're not sure if you understand my question, how do you respond, what do I do?
¿Qué hago yo? Hago. ¿Qué hago?
Otra vez, ¿cómo se pregunta, what do I do?
¿Qué hago yo? Hago. ¿Qué hago?
Now I want you to take a guess again. Imagine that you're speaking to two or more people. ¿Cómo se pregunta, what do you do? Or what do you guys do?
¿Qué hacen ustedes? Hacen. ¿Qué hacen?
Otra vez, hablando con más de una persona. ¿Cómo se pregunta What do you do?
¿Qué hacen ustedes? Hacen. ¿Qué hacen?
Once again, I want you to take a guess. Imagine that I'm speaking to you and one of your friends, and I ask the two of you, ¿Qué hacen ustedes? If you're not sure if you understood my question, how do you respond, What do we do?
¿Qué hacemos nosotros? Hacemos. ¿Qué hacemos?
Otra vez, ¿cómo se pregunta What do we do?
¿Qué hacemos nosotros? ¿Qué hacemos?
¿Y cómo se pregunta What do we do online?
¿Qué hacemos nosotros en línea? ¿Qué hacemos en línea?
Responde Yes. What do you guys do online?
Sí. ¿Qué hacen ustedes en línea? ¿Qué hacen en línea?
Pregúntales Are you guys influencers?
¿Ustedes son influencers? ¿Son influencers?
Responde No, we're not influencers.
No, nosotros no somos influencers. No somos influencers.
Pregúntales Then what do you guys do?
Entonces, ¿qué hacen ustedes? Entonces, ¿qué hacen?
Listen only to the following phrase.
Somos creadores de contenido.
She just said, Somos creadores de contenido. Somos creadores de contenido means we are content creators. Escucha y repite la frase content creator.
Creador de contenido. Contenido. De contenido. Creador de contenido.
In the phrase creador de contenido, which word do you think means content?
Contenido. Contenido.
In the phrase creador de contenido, which word do you think means creator?
Creador. Creador.
Otra vez, ¿cómo se dice content creator?
Creador de contenido. contenido. De contenido. Creador de contenido.
Hablando de más de un creador de contenido, ¿cómo se dice content creators?
Creadores de contenido. Creadores. Creadores de contenido.
Ahora pregúntales, ¿Are you guys content creators?
¿Ustedes son creadores de contenido? ¿Son creadores de contenido?
Responde, Yes, we're content creators.
Sí, nosotros somos creadores de contenido. Somos creadores de contenido.
Listen only to her response.
¿En serio?
She just asked, ¿En serio? En serio means seriously. Escucha y repite la pregunta, ¿Seriously?
¿En serio? Serio. ¿En serio?
Listen only to her next question.
¿En qué plataforma?
She just asked, ¿En qué plataforma? ¿En qué plataforma means on what platform? Escucha y repite la pregunta, ¿On what platform?
¿En qué plataforma? Plataforma. ¿En qué plataforma?
In the question, ¿En qué plataforma? Which word do you think means platform?
Plataforma. Plataforma.
¿Cómo se pregunta, On what platform do you guys work?
¿En qué plataforma trabajan ustedes? Trabajan. ¿En qué plataforma trabajan?
Así se pronuncia YouTube en Latinoamérica. Escucha y repite.
YouTube. YouTube.
En Latinoamérica, ¿cómo se pronuncia YouTube?
YouTube. YouTube.
¿Cómo se pregunta, On what platform do you guys work?
¿En qué plataforma trabajan ustedes? ¿En qué plataforma trabajan?
Pregúntales, ¿On YouTube?
¿En YouTube? ¿En YouTube?
Responde, No, we don't work on YouTube.
No, nosotros no trabajamos en YouTube. No trabajamos en YouTube.
Pregúntales, then on what platform do you guys work?
Entonces, ¿en qué plataforma trabajan ustedes? Entonces, ¿en qué plataforma trabajan?
Listen only to the male speaker's response.
Trabajamos en OnlyFans.
He just said, trabajamos en OnlyFans. Trabajamos en OnlyFans means we work in OnlyFans. Así se pronuncia la plataforma de redes sociales OnlyFans. Escucha y repite.
Only fans. Fans. OnlyFans.
En Latinoamérica, ¿cómo se pronuncia OnlyFans?
OnlyFans. OnlyFans.
¿Cómo se pregunta? Do you guys work together on OnlyFans?
¿Ustedes trabajan juntos en OnlyFans? Juntos. ¿Trabajan juntos en OnlyFans?
Responde, yes, we work together on OnlyFans.
Sí, nosotros trabajamos juntos en OnlyFans. Trabajamos. Trabajamos juntos en OnlyFans.
Pregúntales, seriously?
¿En serio? ¿En serio?
Responde, yes, seriously.
Sí, en serio. Sí, en serio.
Now listen to the same conversation you heard earlier.
Sara, te presento a mi amigo Alejandro.
Mucho gusto, Alejandro.
El gusto es mío.
Alejandro y yo trabajamos juntos.
¿Cómo?
Nosotros dos trabajamos juntos en línea.
¿En qué trabajan ustedes? ¿Son influencers?
No, no somos influencers.
Entonces, ¿qué hacen?
¿Qué hacemos en línea?
Sí, ¿qué hacen en línea?
Somos creadores de contenido.
¿En serio? ¿Ustedes son creadores de contenido?
Claro, somos creadores de contenido.
¿En qué plataforma?
¿Cómo?
¿En qué plataforma trabajan? ¿YouTube?
No, no trabajamos en YouTube.
Entonces, ¿en qué plataforma trabajan?
Trabajamos en OnlyFans.
¿Ustedes trabajan juntos en OnlyFans?
Sí, trabajamos juntos en OnlyFans.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the female speaker only. Be sure to make your response before the female Spanish speaker, and then repeat the correct answer after her.
Sara, te presento a mi amigo Alejandro.
Dile, nice to meet you.
Mucho gusto.
El gusto es mío.
Alejandro y yo trabajamos juntos.
You're not quite sure if you understood him. Politely ask, what?
¿Cómo?
Pregúntales, do the two of you work together?
¿Ustedes dos trabajan juntos?
Ahora pregúntales, do the two of you work together online?
¿Ustedes dos trabajan juntos en línea?
Sí, nosotros dos trabajamos juntos en línea.
Pregúntales, what kind of work do you guys do?
¿En qué trabajan ustedes?
Ahora pregúntales, are you influencers?
¿Son influencers?
No, no somos influencers.
Pregúntales, then what do you guys do?
Entonces, ¿qué hacen?
¿Qué hacemos en línea?
Diles, yes.
Sí.
Pregúntales, what do you guys do online?
¿Qué hacen en línea?
Somos creadores de contenido.
Pregúntales, seriously?
¿En serio?
Ahora pregúntales, are you guys content creators?
¿Ustedes son creadores de contenido?
Claro, somos creadores de contenido.
Pregúntales, on what platform?
¿En qué plataforma?
¿Cómo?
Pregúntales, on what platform do you guys work?
¿En qué plataforma trabajan?
Pregúntales, on YouTube?
¿En YouTube?
No, no trabajamos en YouTube.
Pregúntales, then on what platform do you guys work?
Entonces, ¿en qué plataforma trabajan?
Trabajamos en OnlyFans.
Pregúntales, do you work together on OnlyFans?
¿Ustedes trabajan juntos en OnlyFans?
Sí, trabajamos juntos en OnlyFans.
This is the end of Lección 22. If you were able to correctly answer 90% or more of my questions in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 23. If not, repeat this lesson until you are able to get 90% or more of the responses correct.
Fast Lane Spanish. Lección 1. Lesson 1. In this lesson, we will cover some interrogative words. This is a beginner lesson. Although this is a beginner lesson, please resist the temptation of skipping this lesson even if you are not a beginner student, because there are certain nuances of the Spanish language that we will cover in this lesson that you should be aware of. And in future lessons, we will learn how to form more complex phrases using the interrogative words that you learn in this lesson. Throughout this lesson, make sure that you imitate the pronunciation of the recorded Spanish speaker. This is how you ask, which one? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
Again, how do you ask which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
And this is how you ask which ones. Listen and repeat.
¿Cuáles? ¿Cuáles?
Again, how do you ask which ones?
¿Cuáles? ¿Cuáles?
And how do you ask which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
In most Spanish-speaking countries, cuál and cuáles are replaced by que before a noun. And cuál is used for the English word what if the interrogative word is followed by a verb. However, the Spanish word que, followed by the Spanish verb ser, is used when asking for a definition. For example, ¿qué es filosofía? What is philosophy? ¿Qué es aritmética? What is arithmetic? It's a common mistake for English speakers to ask, ¿Qué es tu nombre? When wanting to know someone's name. Since the interrogative word is followed by a verb, the Spanish verb ser, and you are not asking what is the definition of the word name, then you must use the interrogative word cuál and ask, ¿Cuál es tu nombre? The same rule applies when asking someone, what is your telephone number? You must use the interrogative word cuál and ask, ¿Cuál es tu número de teléfono? This is how you ask when, as in, when does the train arrive? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
Again, how do you ask when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
This is how you ask how much, as in, how much does it cost? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
Again, how do you ask how much?
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
Cuánto is a very important interrogative word to know. If you're in a shop or a restaurant in Latin America and you want to know how much does something cost, just ask cuánto. You can also ask cuánto cuesta in order to ask how much does it cost, or cuánto cuestan in order to ask how much do they cost. You may also hear Spanish speakers ask cuánto vale for how much does it cost, and cuánto valen for how much do they cost. This is how you ask someone whom you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuánto pesas tú? Pesas. ¿Cuánto pesas?
Again, how do you ask someone whom you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesas?
And how do you think you'd ask someone whom you normally address by señor or señora, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesa usted? Pesa. ¿Cuánto pesa?
Again, how do you ask someone whom you normally address by señor o señora, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesa usted? ¿Cuánto pesa?
Keep in mind that the pronoun usted can be included for clarity or emphasis. Spanish speakers will often use the pronoun usted not just for clarity or emphasis, but also as a form of courtesy or respect. This is how you ask how. Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
Spanish speakers will also ask ¿cómo? In order to ask what. For example, if I said something to you that you didn't understand in English, you can ask what. But in Spanish, when you don't understand someone, you ask ¿cómo? Again, how do you ask how?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
This is how you ask where or at what place. Listen and repeat.
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
Again, how do you ask where or at what place?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
When using a verb of motion, such as the Spanish verb ir, which means to go, this is how you ask to where or to what place. Listen and repeat.
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
Again, how do you ask to where or to what place?
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
This is how you ask from where. Listen and repeat.
¿De dónde? ¿De dónde?
Again, how do you ask from where?
¿De dónde? ¿De dónde?
And how do you ask to where or to what place?
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
This is how you ask why. Listen and repeat.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué?
Again, how do you ask why?
¿Por qué?
This is how you ask for what or for what purpose. Listen and repeat.
¿Para qué? ¿Para qué?
Again, how do you ask for what or for what purpose?
¿Para qué?
In English, when you have a question about people and the answer that you are looking for involves a name or names, you ask who. For example, who ate the cake? Bob ate the cake. In these instances, in Spanish we use quién, and we use quiénes if we are seeking the names of two or more people. This is how you ask who. Listen and repeat.
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
Again, how do you ask who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask who?
¿Quiénes? ¿Quiénes?
Again, if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask who?
¿Quiénes? ¿Quiénes?
In English, when you ask the name of a person who is the recipient of an action, we use whom. For example, whom do you love? Although in conversational English, many English speakers will simply ask, who do you love instead of whom do you love, the Spanish language is stricter when it comes to breaking rules of grammar. In Spanish, the personal a is included before quién or quiénes when you want to ask whom. The structure of the answer matches the interrogative phrase. For example, in response to the question, ¿A quién amas? Or whom do you love? A potential answer can be, amo a mi madre, or I love my mother. Notice that the personal a was included in both the question and the response. This is how you ask whom. Listen and repeat.
¿A quién? ¿A quién?
Again, how do you ask whom?
¿A quién? ¿A quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask whom?
¿A quiénes? ¿A quiénes?
Again, if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask whom?
¿A quiénes?
In English, when we want to identify the owner of something, we ask whose. In Spanish, we use the phrase de quién, or we use the phrase de quiénes when we suspect that the answer involves more than one name. De quién or de quiénes is then usually followed by some form of the Spanish verb ser. This is how you ask, whose car is this? Listen and repeat.
¿De quién es este carro? Carro. Este carro. ¿De quién es este carro?
Again, how do you ask, whose car is this?
¿De quién es este carro? ¿De quién es? ¿De quién es este carro?
Do you remember how to say book?
Libro. Libro.
Now say this book.
Este libro. Este. Este libro.
And how do you ask, whose book is this?
¿De quién es este libro? ¿De quién es? ¿De quién es este libro?
Again, how do you ask, whose book is this?
¿De quién es este libro?
Vamos a revisar. Let's review. How do you ask, which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
Again, how do you ask, which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
And how do you ask, which ones?
¿Cuáles? ¿Cuáles?
How do you ask, when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
Again, how do you ask, when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
And how do you ask, how much?
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
Again, how do you ask, how much?
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
How do you ask someone you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesas tú? ¿Cuánto pesas?
Again, how do you ask someone you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesas?
And how do you ask someone you normally address by señor o señora, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesa usted?
How do you ask, how?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
And if you didn't understand what someone said to you, how do you ask, what?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
How do you ask, where?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
Again, how do you ask where?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
And how do you ask to where or to what place?
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
And how do you ask from where?
¿De dónde? ¿De dónde?
How do you ask why?
¿Por qué? ¿Por? ¿Por qué?
Again, how do you ask why?
¿Por qué?
And how do you ask for what or for what purpose?
¿Para qué?
Again, how do you ask for what or for what purpose?
¿Para qué?
How do you ask who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
Again, how do you ask who?
¿Quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask who?
¿Quiénes? ¿Quiénes?
How do you ask whom?
¿A quién? ¿A quién?
Again, how do you ask whom?
¿A quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask whom?
¿A quiénes? ¿A quiénes?
How do you ask whose car is this?
¿De quién es este carro? ¿De quién es este carro?
Again, how do you ask whose car is this?
¿De quién es este carro?
And how do you ask whose book is this?
¿De quién es este libro?
This is the end of Lección 1. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 2. If not, Listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 2, Lesson 2. Let's now learn a commonly used irregular verb, the Spanish verb querer. This is how you say the verb to want. Listen and repeat.
Querer. Querer.
Again, how do you say the verb to want?
Querer. Querer.
How would you say, I want?
Yo quiero. Quiero.
Again, how do you say, I want?
Yo quiero. Quiero.
As a reminder, you have the option to say either quiero or yo quiero. The pronoun yo is often used for clarity or emphasis. By the way, depending on the context of the conversation, querer can also mean to love. For example, te quiero means I love you. But a more intense way to say I love you is te amo. Do you remember how to say the Spanish verb to eat?
Comer. Comer.
Now say, I want to eat.
Yo quiero comer. Quiero comer.
And now say, I do not want to eat.
Yo no quiero comer. No quiero comer.
Speaking to an amigo or friend, ask, do you want to eat?
¿Tú quieres comer? ¿Quieres? ¿Quieres comer?
Keep in mind that you have the option to ask either ¿tú quieres comer? Or ¿quieres comer? The pronoun tú is often used for clarity or emphasis. Again, speaking to an amigo, ask, do you want to eat?
¿Quieres comer?
Respond, yes, I want to eat.
Sí, quiero comer.
Now imagine that you are speaking to Señora Ramos. Ask, do you want to eat?
¿Usted quiere comer? Quiere. ¿Quiere comer?
Respond, no, I do not want to eat.
No, yo no quiero comer. No quiero comer.
Do you remember how to ask who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
Now ask who wants to eat.
¿Quién quiere comer? Quiere. ¿Quién quiere comer?
Again, ask who wants to eat.
¿Quién quiere comer?
Respond, he wants to eat.
Él quiere comer. Quiere. Quiere comer.
Again, say he wants to eat.
Él quiere comer.
Ask again, who wants to eat?
¿Quién quiere comer?
Say she wants to eat.
Ella quiere comer.
Do you remember how to ask when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
Ask when does she want to eat?
¿Cuándo quiere comer ella?
Again, ask when does she want to eat?
¿Cuándo quiere comer ella?
Now listen to this response.
Ella quiere comer ya.
She just said, ella quiere comer ya. Ella quiere comer ya means she wants to eat now. Ya is the Spanish word for now. Besides the word ya, ahora also means now in Spanish. But we will use the word ya in this lesson in order to say now. That's because in many Latin American countries, ahora and ahorita can mean in the close future. For example, in 15 minutes. You should also be aware that besides the word now, ya can also mean already. For example, ya comí, I already ate. You will also have to rely on the context of the conversation in order to know if the Spanish speaker means now or already when using the word ya. In order to say right now in Spanish, you can say ya or ahora mismo. This is how you say now. Listen and repeat.
Ya. Ya.
Now say, she wants to eat now.
Ella quiere comer ya.
And now say, I want to eat now.
Yo quiero comer ya.
Do you remember how to ask where?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, ask where do you want to eat?
¿Dónde quieres comer tú? ¿Dónde quieres comer?
Again, how do you ask where do you want to eat?
¿Dónde quieres comer?
Do you know the Spanish word for restaurant?
Restaurante. Restaurante.
Now say the phrase in a restaurant.
En un restaurante. Un restaurante. En un restaurante.
Ask the question again. Where do you want to eat?
¿Dónde quieres comer?
Respond, in a restaurant.
En un restaurante.
Now respond, I want to eat in a restaurant.
Yo quiero comer en un restaurante.
Again, say, I want to eat in a restaurant.
Quiero comer en un restaurante.
Now ask, when do you guys want to eat?
¿Cuándo quieren comer ustedes? Quieren. ¿Cuándo quieren comer?
Again, ask, when do you guys want to eat?
¿Cuándo quieren comer ustedes?
How would you respond? We want to eat now.
Nosotros queremos comer ya. Queremos. Queremos comer ya.
Again, how do you say, we want to eat now?
Queremos comer ya.
Now ask, where do you guys want to eat?
¿Dónde quieren comer ustedes? Quieren. ¿Dónde quieren comer?
Once again, as a reminder, you have the option to ask either ¿Dónde quieren comer ustedes? Or ¿Dónde quieren comer? The pronoun ustedes is often used for clarity or emphasis. Again, how do you ask, where do you guys want to eat?
¿Dónde quieren comer ustedes?
Say, we want to eat in a restaurant.
Nosotros queremos comer en un restaurante. Queremos. Queremos comer en un restaurante.
Again, how do you say, we want to eat in a restaurant?
Queremos comer en un restaurante.
Do you remember how to ask why?
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
Now ask, why do you guys want to eat in a restaurant?
¿Por qué quieren comer en un restaurante?
Now listen to this response.
Porque tenemos hambre.
She just said, porque tenemos hambre. Porque tenemos hambre means because we are hungry. In a future lesson, we will learn the Spanish verb tener. For right now, I just want you to be aware that tener hambre means to be hungry. Speaking to a friend, how do you ask, what do you want to eat?
¿Qué quieres comer tú? ¿Qué? ¿Qué quieres comer?
Again, speaking to a friend, ask, what do you want to eat?
¿Qué quieres comer?
And if speaking to Señor Chávez, how do you ask, what do you want to eat?
¿Qué quiere comer usted?
And if speaking about a group that only consists of females, ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer ellas? Quieren. ¿Qué quieren comer?
And if speaking about a group that consists of both males and females, ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer ellos? quieren? ¿Qué quieren comer?
Again, how do you ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer?
Do you know how to say fish in Spanish, as in a plate of fried fish?
Pescado. Pescado.
Again, how do you say fish?
Pescado. Pescado.
Again, ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer?
Respond, they want to eat fish.
Ellos quieren comer pescado. Quieren. Quieren comer pescado.
Again, say, they want to eat fish.
Quieren comer pescado.
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, say, you want to eat fish.
Tú quieres comer pescado.
Do you know how to say the Spanish verb to do or to make?
Hacer. Hacer.
Again, how do you say the verb to do or to make?
Hacer. Hacer.
Speaking to an amigo, ask, what do you want to do?
¿Qué quieres hacer?
Again, how do you ask, what do you want to do?
¿Qué quieres hacer?
You are not sure if you heard the question. Ask, what do I want to do?
¿Qué quiero hacer yo?
Listen only this time.
Sí. ¿Qué quieres hacer tú?
Respond, I want to eat.
Quiero comer.
Now say, I want to eat in a restaurant.
Quiero comer en un restaurante.
Now, listen to this question.
¿Cuándo quieres comer en un restaurante?
Say, now.
Ya.
Say, I want to eat in a restaurant now.
Quiero comer en un restaurante ya.
How do you ask? What do you guys want to do?
¿Qué quieren hacer ustedes? Quieren. ¿Qué quieren hacer?
Again, how do you ask? What do you guys want to do?
¿Qué quieren hacer?
Respond, we do not want to eat.
Nosotros no queremos comer. Queremos. No queremos comer.
Again, how do you say, we do not want to eat?
No queremos comer.
If speaking to Señor Vargas, how do you ask, what do you want to do?
¿Qué quiere hacer usted?
Now, listen to his response.
No sé.
Señor Vargas just said, no sé. No sé means I don't know. This is the end of Lección 2. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 3. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 3, Lesson 3. In this lesson, we will learn some helpful vocabulary for sightseeing in a Spanish-speaking country. We will also learn some prepositional phrases in Spanish. This is how you say the phrase, to the right of. Listen and repeat.
A la derecha de. De. Derecha de. La derecha de. A la derecha de.
In the phrase a la derecha de, which word do you think means right?
Derecha. Derecha.
Again, how do you say to the right of?
A la derecha de. A la derecha de.
This is how you say statue, as in the Statue of Liberty. Listen and repeat.
Estatua. Estatua.
And how do you say the statue?
La estatua. La estatua.
Now ask the question, where is it?
¿Dónde está? Está. ¿Dónde está?
Now ask, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
Again, how do you ask, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente.
He just said, la estatua está a la derecha de la fuente. La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente means the statue is to the right of the fountain. Fuente is the Spanish word for fountain or water fountain. This is how you say fountain or water fountain. Listen and repeat.
Fuente. Fuente.
Now say, the water fountain.
La fuente. La fuente.
How do you ask, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
Say, it is to the right of the fountain.
Está a la derecha de la fuente. Fuente. De la fuente. Está a la derecha de la fuente.
Again, how do you say, it is to the right of the fountain?
Está a la derecha de la fuente.
Ask again, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
This time, respond, the statue is to the right of the fountain.
La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente.
Again, how do you say, the statue is to the right of the fountain?
La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente.
Now ask, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua.
He just said, la fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua. La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua means The fountain is to the left of the statue. This is how you say the phrase to the left of. Listen and repeat.
A la izquierda de. De. Izquierda de. La izquierda de. A la izquierda de.
In the phrase a la izquierda de, which word do you think means left?
Izquierda. Izquierda.
Again, how do you say to the left of?
A la izquierda de. A la izquierda de.
How do you ask, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Say, it is to the left of the statue.
Está a la izquierda de la estatua. A la izquierda de. Está a la izquierda de la estatua.
Again, how do you say it is to the left of the statue?
Está a la izquierda de la estatua.
Ask again, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Respond, the fountain is to the left of the statue.
La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua.
Again, how do you say, the fountain is to the left of the statue?
La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua.
This is how you say bridge, as in the castle is near the bridge. Listen and repeat.
Puente. Puente.
And how do you say the bridge?
El puente. El puente.
Be careful not to confuse the Spanish words fuente and puente. Fuente means fountain or water fountain, and puente means bridge. So that you do not confuse the two, it may be helpful to remember that fuente starts with the letter F or F, just like the English word fountain. Keep in mind that fuente or fountain is a feminine word, la fuente, and puente or bridge is a masculine word, el puente. Again, how do you say the bridge?
El puente.
Now ask, where is the bridge?
¿Dónde está el puente?
Respond, the bridge is to the left of the fountain.
El puente está a la izquierda de la fuente.
Again, how do you say, the bridge is to the left of the fountain?
El puente está a la izquierda de la fuente.
And how would you say, the bridge is to the right of the fountain?
El puente está a la derecha de la fuente.
And how would you say, the bridge is to the right of the statue?
El puente está a la derecha de la estatua.
Ask again, where is the bridge?
¿Dónde está el puente?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
El puente está cerca de la iglesia.
He just said, el puente está cerca de la iglesia. El puente está cerca de la iglesia means the bridge is close to the church. This is how you say the phrase close to. Listen and repeat.
Cerca de. De. Cerca de.
Instead of the phrase cerca de, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the diminutive of cerca de and say cerquita de. For example, el puente está cerquita de la iglesia. The bridge is close to the church. But in this lesson, we will use the phrase cerca de in order to say close to. Again, how do you say the phrase close to?
Cerca de. Cerca de.
This is how you say castle, as in the castle is near the bridge. Listen and repeat.
Castillo. Castillo.
And how do you say the castle?
El castillo. El castillo.
Now ask, where is the castle?
¿Dónde está el castillo?
How would you respond? It is close.
Está cerca. Cerca. Está cerca.
And how would you respond? The castle is close.
El castillo está cerca.
Ask again, where is the castle?
¿Dónde está el castillo?
Now respond, it is close to the bridge.
Está cerca del puente. Del puente. Está cerca del puente.
Did you notice that the Spanish word el combines with the Spanish word de in order to form del? Del is one of the two contractions that are formed in Spanish. The other contraction is al. With the Spanish contraction al, the Spanish word a combines with the Spanish word el in order to form al. We'll learn about the contraction al in a later lesson. For now, keep in mind that the Spanish word el combines with the Spanish word de in order to form the contraction del. Again, how do you say, it is close to the bridge?
Está cerca del puente. Del puente. Está cerca del puente.
Now respond, the castle is close to the bridge.
El castillo está cerca del puente.
And how do you say the castle is close to the fountain?
El castillo está cerca de la fuente.
Now say, the castle is close to the statue.
El castillo está cerca de la estatua.
Ask again, where is the castle?
¿Dónde está el castillo?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
Está enfrente del monumento.
He just said, está enfrente del monumento. Está enfrente del monumento means it's in front of the monument. This is how you say the phrase in front of. Listen and repeat.
Enfrente de. Enfrente. Enfrente de.
Instead of the phrase enfrente de, you may also hear some Spanish speakers use the phrase delante de in order to say in front of. For example, el castillo está delante del monumento. But in this lesson, we'll use the phrase enfrente de in order to say in front of. Again, how do you say the phrase in front of?
Enfrente de. Enfrente. Enfrente de.
This is how you say monument, as in the monument is near the bridge. Listen and repeat.
Monumento. Monumento.
And how do you say the monument?
El monumento.
Now ask, where is the monument?
¿Dónde está el monumento?
Respond, it is in front of the castle.
Está enfrente del castillo. Del. Enfrente del castillo. Está enfrente del castillo.
Again, how do you say, it is in front of the castle?
Está enfrente del castillo.
Ask again, where is the monument?
¿Dónde está el monumento?
Respond, the monument is in front of the castle.
El monumento está enfrente del castillo.
And how do you say, the monument is near the castle?
El monumento está cerca del castillo.
Now say, the monument is near the fountain.
El monumento está cerca de la fuente.
Now ask, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
Está detrás de la catedral.
He just said, está detrás de la catedral. Está detrás de la catedral means it's behind the cathedral. This is how you say behind or in back of. Listen and repeat.
Detrás de. Detrás. Detrás de.
Again, how do you say behind or in back of?
Detrás de. Detrás de.
This is how you say cathedral. Listen and repeat.
Catedral. Catedral.
And how do you say the cathedral?
La catedral. La catedral.
Now ask, where is the cathedral?
¿Dónde está la catedral?
Respond, it is behind the castle.
Está detrás del castillo. Detrás de. Está detrás del castillo.
Now say, it is behind the fountain.
Está detrás de la fuente. De la fuente. Está detrás de la fuente.
Ask again, where is the cathedral?
¿Dónde está la catedral?
Now respond, the cathedral is behind the fountain.
La catedral está detrás de la fuente.
And how do you say, the cathedral is near the castle?
La catedral está cerca del castillo.
Now say, the monument is near the fountain.
El monumento está cerca de la fuente.
This is the end of Lección 3. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 4. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 4, Lesson 4. Before moving on to the next topic, let's learn some more prepositional phrases that will help you express the locations of objects. This is how you say under or underneath, as in the dictionary is underneath the table. Listen and repeat.
Debajo de. De. Debajo de.
Again, how do you say under or underneath?
Debajo de. Debajo de.
This is how you say dictionary. Listen and repeat.
Diccionario. Diccionario.
And how do you say the dictionary?
El diccionario.
Now ask the question, where is it?
¿Dónde está?
Now ask, where is the dictionary?
¿Dónde está el diccionario?
Do you remember how to say table?
Mesa. Mesa.
Ask again, where is the dictionary?
¿Dónde está el diccionario?
Say, it is under the table.
Está debajo de la mesa.
Again, say, it is under the table.
Está debajo de la mesa.
And now say, the dictionary is under the table.
El diccionario está debajo de la mesa.
And how do you say, the book is under the table?
El libro está debajo de la mesa.
Now, let's learn how to say the preposition on top of. Listen and repeat.
Encima de. De. Encima de.
Again, how do you say on top of?
Encima de. Encima de.
Now ask, where is the dictionary?
¿Dónde está el diccionario?
Say, it is on top of the table.
Está encima de la mesa. Encima de. Está encima de la mesa.
Again, say, it is on top of the table.
Está encima de la mesa.
And now say, the dictionary is on top of the table.
El diccionario está encima de la mesa.
And how do you say, the dictionary is under the table?
El diccionario está debajo de la mesa.
Let's now learn the names of some articles of ropa, or clothing. We will also learn how to show possession in Spanish. In both Spanish and English, you can show possession by using either possessive adjectives or possessive pronouns. Let's now learn about possessive adjectives. Just like other adjectives, possessive adjectives come before the noun that they modify. For example, mi abrigo, my coat. Tu blusa, your blouse. The Spanish language has two forms of los adjetivos posesivos, or possessive adjectives, short forms and long forms. Keep in mind that possessive adjectives must agree in gender and in number with the noun that the possessive adjective modifies. You'll see what I mean in this lesson. The short form possessive adjectives consist of a single word, and the short form possessive adjectives are mi, mis, tú, tus, su, sus, nuestro, nuestra, nuestros, nuestras, su, sus. This is how you say coat, as in the coat is mine. Listen and repeat.
Abrigo. Abrigo.
Again, how do you say coat?
Abrigo. Abrigo.
This is how you say the possessive adjective my, as in my coat. Listen and repeat.
Mi. Mi.
And how do you say my coat?
Mi abrigo. Mi abrigo.
Again, how do you say my coat?
Mi abrigo.
This is how you say the possessive adjective your, as in your coat, when speaking to someone you normally address by their first name. Listen and repeat.
Tú. Tú.
And how do you say your coat?
Tu abrigo. Tu abrigo.
Again, how do you say your coat?
Tu abrigo.
As a reminder, possessive adjectives must agree in gender and in number with the noun that the possessive adjective modifies. Now say, your coats.
Tus abrigos. Tus. Tus abrigos.
Again, how do you say your coats?
Tus abrigos.
Now say the phrase my coats.
Mis abrigos. Mis. Mis abrigos.
Again, how do you say my coats?
Mis abrigos.
This is how you say jacket, as in this is my jacket. Listen and repeat.
Chaqueta. Chaqueta.
Again, how do you say jacket?
Chaqueta. Chaqueta.
This is how you say the possessive adjective your, as in your jacket, when speaking to someone you normally address by señor or señora. Listen and repeat.
Su. Su.
And how do you say your jacket when speaking to someone you normally address by señor or señora?
Su chaqueta. Su chaqueta.
Again, how do you say your jacket when speaking to someone you normally address by señor or señora.
Su chaqueta.
And if speaking to Señora Rodriguez, how do you say your jackets?
Sus chaquetas. Sus chaquetas.
Again, if speaking to Señora Rodriguez, how do you say your jackets?
Sus chaquetas.
And how do you say my jacket?
Mi chaqueta.
Now say my jackets.
Mis chaquetas.
And how do you say my coats and my jackets?
Mis abrigos y mis chaquetas.
Again, how do you say my coats and my jackets?
Mis abrigos y mis chaquetas.
I want you to be aware that the possessive adjectives su and sus can mean his, her, or your when speaking to someone who you normally address by señor or señora, or when speaking to more than one person. And su and sus can also mean its or their. The context of the conversation should give you some guidance. This is how you say sweater, as in, this is his sweater. Listen and repeat.
Suéter. Suéter.
How do you say the sweater?
El suéter. El suéter.
How do you say his sweater?
Su suéter. Su suéter.
Again, how do you say his sweater?
Su suéter.
Now say his sweaters.
Sus suéteres. Sus suéteres.
Again, how do you say his sweaters?
Sus suéteres.
Now say my sweaters.
Mis suéteres.
This is how you say the possessive adjective our, as in, this is our favorite suit. Listen and repeat.
Nuestro. Nuestro.
Again, how do you say our?
Nuestro. Nuestro.
This is how you say suit, as in, this is my suit for work. Listen and repeat.
Traje. Traje.
And how do you say the suit?
El traje. El traje.
Now say the phrase our suit.
Nuestro traje.
And how do you say our suits?
Nuestros trajes. Nuestros trajes.
Again, how do you say our suits?
Nuestros trajes.
And if speaking to an amigo, how do you say your suits?
Tus trajes.
This is how you say belt, as in, we should fasten our belts. Listen and repeat the word for belt.
Correa. Correa.
Instead of the word correa, you may also hear Spanish speakers say the word cinturón for belt. But in this lesson, we will not use the word cinturón in order to say belt. Instead, we will use the word correa. Again, how do you say belt?
Correa. Correa.
As a reminder, possessive adjectives must agree in gender and in number with the noun that the possessive adjective modifies. Now say the phrase, our belt.
Nuestra correa. Nuestra. Nuestra correa.
Again, how do you say our belt?
Nuestra correa.
And how do you say our belts?
Nuestras correas. Nuestras correas.
Again, how do you say our belts?
Nuestras correas.
And how do you say my belts?
Mis correas.
And if speaking to Señora Gutiérrez, how do you say your belts?
Sus correas.
This is how you say pajamas, as in, I told you to put on your pajamas. Listen and repeat.
Pijama. Pijama.
I want you to be aware that in some Spanish-speaking countries, the word is written and pronounced as pijama. I also want you to be aware that in some Spanish-speaking countries, the Spanish word for pajamas is masculine and in other countries it is feminine. In this lesson, we will use the pronunciation pijama. And how do you think you'd say my pajamas?
Mi pijama. Mi pijama.
Did you notice that in Spanish, the word for pajamas is singular, pijama? Again, how do you say my pajamas?
Mi pijama.
This is how you say the possessive adjective your when speaking to more than one person. Listen and repeat.
Su. Su.
As a reminder, the possessive adjectives su and sus can mean his, her, or your when speaking to someone whom you normally address by señor or señora, or when speaking to more than one person. And su and sus can also mean its or their. The context of the conversation should give you some guidance. Again, how do you say your when speaking to more than one person?
Su. Su.
This is how you say scarf, as in, I told you guys to put on your scarves because it is cold. Listen and repeat the word for scarf.
Bufanda. Bufanda.
And how do you say your scarves when speaking to more than one person?
Sus bufandas. Sus. Sus bufandas.
Again, how do you say your scarves when speaking to more than one person?
Sus bufandas.
This is how you say the possessive adjective their, as in, they will wash their own underwear. Listen and repeat.
Su. Su.
This is how you say underwear. Listen and repeat.
Ropa interior. Interior. Ropa interior.
Again, how do you say underwear?
Ropa interior.
Now say the phrase their underwear.
Su ropa interior.
Now say the phrase their coats.
Sus abrigos.
And now say their jackets.
Sus chaquetas.
And how do you say the phrase their belts?
Sus correas.
This is the end of Lección 4. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 5. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Lección 5, Lesson 5. In this lesson, we will learn some possessive adjectives in Spanish. We will also learn the names of some items of jewelry in Spanish. Here's a list of possessive adjectives in English. My, your, his, her, its, our, their. Possessive adjectives are used in order to show ownership. In Latin American Spanish, there are basically 4 possessive adjectives: mi, tú, su, and nuestro. 3 of the above possessive adjectives only have 2 forms, singular and plural: mi, mis, tú, tus, su, sus. The possessive adjective mi, tú, and su do not have masculine and feminine forms. That is, they stay the same, regardless of the gender of the nouns that they modify. However, the possessive adjective nuestro has 4 forms: nuestro, nuestra, nuestros, nuestras. That's because the possessive adjective nuestro has singular, plural, masculine, and feminine forms. It's important to know that possessive adjectives agree with the nouns that they modify. In other words, they agree with the thing possessed, not the possessor. Here are some examples. Mi revista, my magazine. Mis revistas, my magazines. Nuestra casa, our house. Nuestras casas, our houses. Let's learn now the names of some jewelry items while learning possessive adjectives. This is how you say watch, as in, he's wearing a gold watch. Listen and repeat.
Reloj. Reloj.
And how do you think you'd say the watch?
El reloj. El reloj.
Now, I want you to say my watch.
Mi reloj. Mi reloj.
And how do you say it's my watch?
Es mi reloj. Es mi reloj.
Now, say it's not my watch.
No es mi reloj.
Now, I want you to say my watches.
Mis relojes. Relojes. Mis relojes.
Since possessive adjectives agree with the nouns that they modify, you say mi reloj for my watch. But you must say mis relojes for my watches. Again, how do you say my watches?
Mis relojes. Mis relojes.
And how do you say they are my watches?
Son mis relojes.
Now say they are not my watches.
No son mis relojes.
This is how you say bracelet in Spanish, as in, she's wearing her favorite bracelet. Listen and repeat.
Pulsera. Pulsera.
And how do you think you'd say the bracelet?
La pulsera.
Speaking to someone who you normally address by their first name, say the phrase your bracelet.
Tu pulsera. Tu. Tu pulsera.
Again, when speaking to someone you normally address by their first name, how do you say your bracelet?
Tu pulsera.
And how do you say, it's your bracelet?
Es tu pulsera.
Now say, it's not your bracelet.
No es tu pulsera.
Now I want you to say, your bracelets.
Tus pulseras. Tus. Tus pulseras.
Again, how do you say, your bracelets?
Tus pulseras. Tus pulseras.
And how do you say, my bracelet?
Mi pulsera.
Now I want you to tell me, how do you say, my bracelets?
Mis pulseras. Mis. Mis pulseras.
This is how you say chain in Spanish, as in, he's wearing a gold chain on his neck. Listen and repeat.
Cadena. Cadena.
And how do you think you'd say the chain?
La cadena.
Speaking to Señor Ramírez, how would you say your chain?
Su cadena. Su. Su cadena.
Su has the following meanings: his, her, their, and your, when speaking formally. Usually, it will be clear from the context of the conversation if su means his, her, their, or the formal possessive adjective for your. However, if the meaning of su is not clear from the context of the conversation, a prepositional phrase is used in place of su. Some of the prepositional phrases that may replace su are de él, de ella, de usted, de ellos. For example, estoy llevando el reloj de él. I am wearing his watch. La abuela tiene la pulsera de ella. The grandmother has her bracelet. Él perdió la cadena de usted. He lost your chain. Yo vendí los aretes de ellos. I sold their earrings. Again, if speaking to Señor Ramírez, how do you say your chain?
Su cadena.
And how do you say it is your chain?
Es su cadena.
Now say, it is not your chain.
No es su cadena.
And if speaking to Señor Ramírez, how do you say your chains?
Sus cadenas. Sus. Sus cadenas.
Again, how do you say your chains?
Sus cadenas.
And if speaking to Señor Ramírez, how do you say your watch?
Su reloj.
And if speaking to Señora Ramírez, how do you say your bracelets?
Sus pulseras.
Now, I want you to say her bracelets.
Sus pulseras.
Did you remember that su has the following meanings? His, her, their, and the formal possessive adjective for your. Although su can also mean the possessive adjective their in conversational Spanish, you are more likely to hear Spanish speakers say the phrases de ellos or de ellas. Now, I want you to say his watches.
Sus relojes.
This is how you say earrings, as in, she's wearing an expensive pair of earrings. Listen and repeat.
Aretes. Aretes.
And how do you think you'd say the earrings?
Los aretes.
And if referring to just one earring, how do you say the earring?
El arete.
Besides the Spanish word arete, you may also hear Spanish speakers using the word pendiente in order to say earring. But in this lesson, we will use the word arete in order to say earring. Again, how do you say the earrings?
Los aretes.
How do you think you'd say our earrings?
Nuestros aretes. Nuestros. Nuestros aretes.
Again, how do you say our earrings?
Nuestros aretes.
Now say, they are our earrings.
Son nuestros aretes.
Now say, they are not our earrings.
No son nuestros aretes.
And if referring to just one earring, how do you say our earring?
Nuestro arete. Nuestro. Nuestro arete.
Again, how do you say our earring?
Nuestro arete.
How do you think you'd say our bracelets?
Nuestras pulseras. Nuestras. Nuestras pulseras.
Again, how do you say our bracelets?
Nuestras pulseras.
Did you remember that the possessive adjective nuestro must match the gender of the noun it modifies? So, in order to say our earrings, you must say nuestros aretes. And in order to say our bracelets, you must say nuestras pulseras. Now tell me, how do you say our chains?
Nuestras cadenas.
Referring to just one chain, tell me, how do you say our chain?
Nuestra cadena.
This is how you say ring, as in, she is not wearing a ring on her finger because her ring is in the pawn shop. Listen and repeat.
Anillo. Anillo.
And how do you think you'd say the rings?
Los anillos.
Besides the Spanish word anillo, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the word sortija in order to say ring. But in this lesson, we will use the word anillo in order to say ring. And by the way, the Spanish phrase for pawn shop is casa de empeños, and the Spanish verb for to pawn is empeñar. Now I want you to say my ring.
Mi anillo. Mi anillo.
Again, how do you say my ring?
Mi anillo.
Now tell me, how do you say my rings?
Mis anillos.
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say your ring?
Tu anillo. Tu anillo.
Again, how do you say your ring?
Tu anillo.
Now tell me, how do you say your rings?
Tus anillos.
Speaking to Señor Vázquez, how do you say your watch?
Su reloj. Su reloj.
Now tell me how to say his watch.
Su reloj.
Did you remember that Sue has the following meanings? His, her, their, and the formal possessive adjective for your. Now I want you to say his rings.
Sus anillos.
And how do you say her rings?
Sus anillos.
And how do you say our earrings?
Nuestros aretes. Nuestros aretes.
You may find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for jewelry is joya. The Spanish word for jewelry store is joyería. And the Spanish word for jewelry box is joyero. Joyero can also refer to someone who sells or designs jewelry. This is the end of Lección 5. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 6. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Lección 6. Lesson 6. In this lesson, we will learn some possessive pronouns in Spanish. In this lesson, we will also review the possessive adjectives that you learned in the previous lesson. And we will learn the names of some eating utensils in Spanish. Possessive pronouns are used to replace the nouns that name the owner of an object and the object itself. In Spanish, possessive pronouns are placed after a conjugated verb, which is usually the verb ser. Possessive pronouns are more commonly used in English than they are used in Spanish. Here are some examples of possessive pronouns in English: mine, yours, his, hers, its, ours, theirs. Since possessive pronouns indicate both the object owned as well as the owner, they agree with the object owned in number and gender. Let's now learn some vocabulary words that are helpful to know if you're dining in a restaurant in Latin America. This is how you say fork in Spanish, as in, I asked the waiter for a knife and fork. Listen and repeat.
Tenedor. Tenedor.
And how would you say the fork?
El tenedor. El tenedor.
Now I want you to say my fork.
Mi tenedor. Mi tenedor.
Again, how do you say my fork?
Mi tenedor.
Now I want you to say it is my fork.
Es mi tenedor. Es mi tenedor.
Again, how do you say it is my fork?
Es mi tenedor.
And now say, it is not my fork.
No es mi tenedor. No es mi tenedor.
Now I want you to say, they are my forks.
Son mis tenedores. tenedores. Son mis tenedores.
Again, how do you say they are my forks?
Son mis tenedores.
And now say, they are not my forks.
No son mis tenedores.
Referring to a masculine object such as tenedor, this is how you say it is mine. Listen and repeat.
Es mío. Mío. Es mío.
How do you say it is mine?
Es mío.
In the phrase es mío, which word means mine?
Mío. Mío.
Referring to two or more forks, say they are mine.
Son míos. Míos. Son míos.
Again, how do you say they are mine?
Son míos.
And now say they are not mine.
No son míos.
Referring to a feminine object such as a pulsera or bracelet, how would you say it is mine?
Es mía. Mía. Es mía.
Again, referring to a feminine object such as a pulsera or bracelet, how do you say it is mine?
Es mía.
Now say it is not mine.
No es mía.
In the phrase es mía, which word means mine?
Mía. Mía.
Do you know the Spanish word for dish or plate?
Plato. Plato.
Again, how do you say dish or plate?
Plato. Plato.
Referring to a plato or plate, how do you say it is mine?
Es mío. Es mío.
Referring to two or more platos, say they are mine.
Son míos. Son míos.
Now say, they are not mine.
No son míos.
This is how you say spoon in Spanish, as in, I prefer to eat the fruit with a spoon. Listen and repeat.
Cuchara. Cuchara.
You may find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for large spoons, such as the type of spoon that you would use to serve soup, is called cucharón. Now tell me, how would you say the spoon?
La cuchara. La cuchara.
Now I want you to say my spoon.
Mi cuchara.
Now I want you to say it is my spoon.
Es mi cuchara.
And how do you say it is not my spoon?
No es mi cuchara.
Now tell me, how do you say they are my spoons?
Son mis cucharas. Mis. Son mis cucharas.
Again, how do you say they are my spoons?
Son mis cucharas.
Referring to a spoon, how do you say it is mine?
Es mía. Es mía.
Again, referring to a cuchara, say it is mine.
Es mía.
Referring to a cuchara, say it is not mine.
No es mía.
Referring to two or more cucharas, now say they are mine.
Son mías. Mías. Son mías.
Again, referring to two or more cucharas, how do you say they are mine?
Son mías.
By the way, it is a common mistake for English speakers to refer to eating utensils as utensilios. The Spanish word utensilios actually means kitchen utensils or cooking utensils, which may include pots, pans, spoons, etc. The proper Spanish word for eating utensils is cubiertos. This is how you say teaspoon in Spanish, as in, I need a teaspoon, not a spoon. Listen and repeat.
Cucharita. Cucharita.
And how would you say the teaspoon?
La cucharita. La cucharita.
I want you to be aware that some Spanish speakers will use the word cucharilla instead of cucharita. But in this lesson, we will use the word cucharita instead of cucharilla in order to say teaspoon. You may find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for spoonful is cucharada. For example, ella toma el café con 3 cucharadas de azúcar. She drinks coffee with 3 spoonfuls of sugar. You may also find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for teaspoonful is cucharadita. Now, imagine that you are speaking to an amigo or amiga. How do you say your teaspoon?
Tu cucharita. Tu cucharita.
Now I want you to say, it is your teaspoon.
Es tu cucharita.
And how do you say, it is not your teaspoon?
No es tu cucharita.
Now I want you to say, they are your teaspoons.
Son tus cucharitas. Tus. Son tus cucharitas.
Again, when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say, they are your teaspoons?
Son tus cucharitas.
Now say, they are not your teaspoons.
No son tus cucharitas.
Referring to a feminine object such as a cuchara or cucharita. And when speaking to an amigo or amiga, this is how you say, it is yours. Listen and repeat.
Es tuya. Tuya. Es tuya.
Again, when speaking to an amigo or amiga, and when referring to a cucharita, how do you say it is yours?
Es tuya.
In the phrase es tuya, which word means yours?
Tuya. Tuya.
Now say, it is not yours.
No es tuya.
When referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, they are yours?
Son tuyas. Tuyas. Son tuyas.
Again, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, they are yours?
Son tuyas.
And when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, they are not yours?
No son tuyas.
And when referring to a masculine object such as a tenedor or fork, and when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say, it is yours?
Es tuyo. Tuyo. Es tuyo.
Again, referring to a tenedor, how do you say it is yours?
Es tuyo.
In the phrase es tuyo, which word means yours?
Tuyo.
And when referring to a tenedor, when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say it is not yours?
No es tuyo.
Now tell me, when referring to more than one tenedor and when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say they are yours?
Son tuyos. Tuyos. Son tuyos.
Again, when referring to more than one tenedor, how do you say they are yours?
Son tuyos.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say they are not yours?
No son tuyos.
And when referring to a masculine object such as a tenedor, how do you say it is mine?
Es mío.
This is the end of Lección 6. In Lección 7, we will continue learning possessive pronouns in Spanish. In Lección 7, we will also continue learning the names of some eating utensils and vocabulary words for dining in a restaurant. Before moving on to Lección 7, be sure that you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 7, Lesson 7. In this lesson, we will continue learning possessive pronouns in Spanish. We will also continue learning the names of some eating utensils in Spanish and vocabulary words for dining out in a restaurant in Latin America. Let's review several key points about possessive pronouns. Possessive pronouns are used to replace the nouns that name the owner of an object and the object itself. In Spanish, possessive pronouns are placed after a conjugated verb, which is usually the verb ser. Possessive pronouns are more commonly used in English than they are used in Spanish. Since possessive pronouns indicate both the object owned as well as the owner, they agree with the object owned in number and gender. This is how you say knife in Spanish, as in, I need a knife to cut my steak. Listen and repeat.
Cuchillo. Cuchillo.
By the way, it's a common mistake for English speakers to call the knife that you eat with a navaja. A navaja is a folding knife, not the type of knife that you would eat with. Again, how do you say knife in Spanish, as in the type of knife you would use in order to cut your steak dinner?
Cuchillo. Cuchillo.
And how do you say the knife?
El cuchillo.
Now, imagine that you are speaking to Señor Fernández. How do you say it is your knife?
Es su cuchillo. Es su cuchillo.
Again, speaking to Señor Fernández, how do you say it is your knife?
Es su cuchillo.
Speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to el cuchillo, how do you say it is yours?
Es suyo. Suyo. Es suyo.
Again, imagine that you are speaking to Señor Fernández. When referring to el cuchillo, how do you say it is yours?
Es suyo.
In the phrase es suyo, which word means yours?
Suyo.
And if speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to el cuchillo, how do you say it is not yours?
No es suyo.
And if speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to una cucharita or teaspoon, how do you say it is yours?
Es suya. Suya. Es suya.
When referring to una cucharita or teaspoon, how would you say to Señor Fernández, it is not yours?
No es suya.
And if referring to una cuchara or spoon, how do you say it is his?
Es suya. Es suya.
Referring to una cuchara, now tell me, how do you say it is not his?
No es suya.
Suyo, suyos, suya, and suyas have the following meanings: his, hers, its, theirs, and the formal possessive pronoun for yours. Usually, it will be clear from the context of the conversation if suyo means his, hers, yours, its, or theirs. Keep in mind that in conversational Spanish, you are more likely to hear Spanish speakers use the phrases de ellos and de ellas instead of suyo, suyos, suya, and suyas. Now tell me, when referring to una cucharita or teaspoon, how do you say it is hers?
Es suya. Es suya.
When referring to una cucharita, how do you say it is not hers?
No es suya.
When referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say they are hers?
Son suyas. Suyas. Son suyas.
Again, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say they are hers?
Son suyas.
Did you remember that suya and suyas can mean his, hers, its, theirs, and yours when speaking to someone who you normally address by señor or señora? Now tell me, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say they are not hers?
No son suyas.
And when speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, they are yours?
Son suyas.
Now tell me, when referring to masculine objects such as tenedores or cuchillos, how do you say they are hers?
Son suyos. Suyos. Son suyos.
And when referring to tenedores and cuchillos, how do you say they are his?
Son suyos.
And if speaking to Señora Muñoz when referring to tenedores and cuchillos, forks and knives, how do you say they are yours?
Son suyos.
When speaking to Señora Muñoz and when referring to tenedores and cuchillos, how do you say they are not yours?
No son suyos.
Keep in mind that possessive pronouns agree with the object owned in number and gender. In other words, they agree with the thing possessed, not the possessor. So it doesn't matter if the tenedores or forks belong to Señor Muñoz or Señora Muñoz. You still say the phrase son suyos in order to say they are yours. This is how you say coffee cup or teacup in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Taza. Taza.
And how do you say the coffee cup or the teacup?
La taza. La taza.
Referring to una taza or coffee cup, how would you say it is ours?
Es nuestra. Nuestra. Es nuestra.
Again, referring to a feminine object such as la taza, how do you say it is ours?
Es nuestra.
In the phrase es nuestra, which word means ours?
Nuestra.
And if referring to a feminine object such as la taza, how do you say it is not ours?
No es nuestra.
And when referring to more than one taza or coffee cup, how do you say they are ours?
Son nuestras. Nuestras. Son nuestras.
Again, when referring to more than one taza, how do you say they are ours?
Son nuestras.
Now say they are not ours.
No son nuestras.
This is how you say bowl, as in a bowl that you would use in order to eat soup or cereal. Listen and repeat.
Tazón. Tazón.
And how do you say the bowl?
El tazón. El tazón.
Referring to un tazón or a bowl, how would you say it is ours?
Es nuestro. Nuestro. Es nuestro.
Again, referring to el tazón, how do you say it is ours?
Es nuestro.
Now say it is not ours.
No es nuestro.
And when referring to more than one tazón or bowl, how do you say they are ours?
Son nuestros. Nuestros. Son nuestros.
Now say they are not ours.
No son nuestros.
Do you know the Spanish word for napkin? As in, he set the table with eating utensils and napkins.
Servilleta. Servilleta.
And how do you say the napkin?
La servilleta. La servilleta.
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, and when referring to a servilleta or napkin, how do you say it is yours?
Es tuya. Es tuya.
And how do you tell your amigo or amiga it is not yours?
No es tuya.
And when referring to several servilletas or napkins, how do you say they are mine?
Son mías. Son mías.
Referring to several servilletas or napkins, how do you say they are not mine?
No son mías.
This is the end of Lección 7. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 8. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 8, Lesson 8. Let's do an exercise where we will review the possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns, and vocabulary words for jewelry that you have learned in Spanish. In the following exercise, I will ask you a question in Spanish, and then you will respond in Spanish. Be sure that you make your response before the native Spanish speaker, and then repeat the correct answer after the native Spanish speaker makes the correct response. El reloj? Respond, it's my watch.
Es mi reloj.
El reloj? Respond, it's mine.
Es mío.
El reloj? Now respond, it's not mine.
No es mío.
Los relojes? Respond, they are my watches.
Son mis relojes.
Los relojes? Respond, they are mine.
Son míos.
Los relojes? Now respond, they are not mine.
No son míos.
La pulsera? Speaking to a friend, respond, it's your bracelet.
Es tu pulsera.
La pulsera? Still speaking to an amigo or amiga, respond, it's yours.
Es tuya.
La pulsera? Now respond, it's not yours.
No es tuya.
Las pulseras? Respond, they are your bracelets.
Son tus pulseras.
Las pulseras? Respond, they are yours.
Son tuyas.
Las pulseras? Now respond, they are not yours.
No son tuyas.
La cadena? Speaking to Señor Ramos, respond, it's your chain.
Es su cadena.
La cadena? Still speaking to Señor Ramos, respond, it's yours.
Es suya.
La cadena? Now respond, it's not yours.
No es suya.
Las cadenas? Respond, they are your chains.
Son sus cadenas.
Las cadenas? Respond, they are yours.
Son suyas.
Las cadenas? Now respond, they are not yours.
No son suyas.
El arete? Respond, it's our earring.
Es nuestro arete.
El arete, respond, it's ours.
Es nuestro.
El arete, now respond, it's not ours.
No es nuestro.
Los aretes, respond, they are our earrings.
Son nuestros aretes.
Los aretes, respond, they are ours.
Son nuestros.
Los aretes, now respond, they are not ours.
No son nuestros.
El anillo, respond, it's her ring.
Es su anillo.
As a reminder, besides the Spanish word anillo, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the word sortija in order to say ring. But in this lesson, we will use the word anillo instead of sortija in order to say ring. Now, let's continue with the exercise. El anillo, respond, it's hers.
Es suyo.
El anillo, now respond, it's not hers.
No es suyo.
Los anillos, respond, they are her rings.
Son sus anillos.
Los anillos, respond, they are hers.
Son suyos.
Los anillos, now respond, they are not hers.
No son suyos.
Let's now do an exercise where we will review possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns, and vocabulary words for eating utensils. El tenedor, respond, it's my fork.
Es mi tenedor.
El tenedor, respond, it's mine.
Es mío.
El tenedor, now respond, it's not mine.
No es mío.
Los tenedores, respond, they are my forks.
Son mis tenedores.
Los tenedores, respond, they are mine.
Son míos.
Los tenedores, now respond, they are not mine.
No son míos.
El plato, respond, it's my plate.
Es mi plato.
El plato, respond, it's mine.
Es mío.
El plato. Now respond, it's not mine.
No es mío.
Los platos. Respond, they are my dishes.
Son mis platos.
Los platos. Respond, they are mine.
Son míos.
Los platos. Now respond, they are not mine.
No son míos.
La cuchara. Respond, it's my spoon.
Es mi cuchara.
La cuchara. Respond, it's mine.
Es mía.
La cuchara. Now respond, it's not mine.
No es mía.
Las cucharas. Respond, they are my spoons.
Son mis cucharas.
Las cucharas. Respond, they are mine.
Son mías.
Las cucharas. Now respond, they are not mine.
No son mías.
La cucharita. Imagine that you are speaking to an amigo or amiga. Respond, it's your teaspoon.
Es tu cucharita.
La cucharita. Still speaking to an amigo or amiga. Respond, it's yours.
Es tuya.
La cucharita. Now respond, it's not yours.
No es tuya.
Las cucharitas. Respond, they are your teaspoons.
Son tus cucharitas.
Las cucharitas. Respond, they are yours.
Son tuyas.
Las cucharitas. Now respond, they are not yours.
No son tuyas.
El cuchillo. Imagine that you are now speaking to Señor Chávez. How do you say, it is your knife?
Es su cuchillo.
El cuchillo. Still speaking to Señor Chávez. Respond, it's yours.
Es suyo.
El cuchillo. Now respond, it's not yours.
No es suyo.
Los cuchillos? Respond, they are your knives.
Son sus cuchillos.
Los cuchillos? Respond, they are yours.
Son suyos.
Los cuchillos? Now respond, they are not yours.
No son suyos.
La taza? Respond, it's our coffee cup.
Es nuestra taza.
La taza? Respond, it's ours.
Es nuestra.
La taza? Now respond, it's not ours.
No es nuestra.
Las tazas? Respond, they are our teacups.
Son nuestras tazas.
Las tazas? Respond, they are ours.
Son nuestras.
Las tazas? Now respond, they are not ours.
No son nuestras.
El tazón? Respond, it's our bowl.
Es nuestro tazón.
El tazón? Respond, it's ours.
Es nuestro.
El tazón? Now respond, it's not ours.
No es nuestro.
Los tazones? Respond, they are our bowls.
Son nuestros tazones.
Los tazones? Respond, they are ours.
Son nuestros.
Los tazones? Now respond, they are not ours.
No son nuestros.
This is the end of Lección 8. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 9. However, if you were not able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you should review lessons 5, 6, and 7. And then repeat this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 9, Lesson 9. In this lesson, we will learn the demonstrative adjectives in Spanish. We will also review the names of some articles of clothing and learn some additional vocabulary related to clothing. Demonstrative adjectives are used to demonstrate the distance between a noun being modified and the speaker of the sentence. In English, the singular demonstrative adjectives are this and that, and the plural ones are these and those. Demonstrative adjectives are normally placed before the nouns they modify. They must match the noun in both number and gender. Unlike English, Spanish has 3 sets of demonstrative adjectives, which vary by number and gender, so there are a total of 12. The three singular masculine demonstrative adjectives are this, ese, that, aquel, that. The three plural masculine demonstrative adjectives are estos, these, esos, those, aquellos, those. The three singular feminine demonstrative adjectives are esta, this, esa, that, aquella, that. The three plural feminine demonstrative adjectives are estas, these, esas, those, aquellas, those. The Spanish demonstrative adjectives ese and aquel and the related singular and plural forms can be translated as the English demonstrative adjectives that or those. However, you should be aware of certain distinctions. You are more likely to hear ese and its related forms than aquel and its related forms. Normally, you can use ese and its related forms in the same instances where you would use that or those in English. On the other hand, aquel and its related forms are used to refer to something that's farther away in terms of distance or time. Listen to the following examples. Me gustan esas camisas. I like those shirts. Me gustan aquellas camisas. I like those shirts over there. No quiero comprar ese sombrero. I don't want to buy that hat. Quiero comprar aquel sombrero. I want to buy that hat over there. Me hacen falta esos días. I miss those days. Me hacen falta aquellos días. I miss those days long ago. I also want you to be aware that when there are two or more items in a series, the demonstrative adjective must be used with each item. For example, although in English we would say those shirts and hats, in Spanish we would say esas camisas y esos sombreros. Let's now learn some vocabulary words for clothing items. This is how you say pants, as in she is wearing blue pants. Listen and repeat.
Pantalón. Pantalón.
The Spanish word pantalón is singular. You may hear some Spanish speakers use the word pantalones, which is plural. You can say either estoy llevando un pantalón azul or estoy llevando unos pantalones azules. Both phrases mean I am wearing blue pants, and both phrases are acceptable. In this lesson, we will use both the singular word pantalón and the plural word pantalones in order to say pants. Again, using the singular word, how do you say pants?
Pantalón. Pantalón.
Using the singular word for pants, how do you say the pants?
El pantalón. El pantalón.
Using the plural word for pants, how do you say the pants?
Los pantalones. Los pantalones.
Let's now learn the Spanish word for hat, as in he is wearing a hat to protect his head from the cold. Listen and repeat.
Sombrero. Sombrero.
Although we will use the word sombrero in this lesson when referring to hat, I want you to be aware that the Spanish word sombrero refers to a hat with a brim but without a visor. The Spanish word gorra refers to a brimless head covering with a visor or what most English speakers would call a cap, such as a New York Yankees cap. And the Spanish word gorro refers to a small brimless close-fitting cap, which is often worn to protect one from the cold. Many English speakers would refer to a gorro as a skull cap. Again, how do you say hat?
Sombrero. Sombrero.
And how do you say the hat?
El sombrero. El sombrero.
Now say the hats.
Los sombreros.
This is how you say the masculine demonstrative adjective this, as in, I'm going to wear this hat. Listen and repeat.
Este. Este.
How do you say the masculine adjective this?
Este. Este.
How do you say this hat?
Este sombrero. Este sombrero.
Again, how do you say this hat?
Este sombrero.
And now say, this hat is mine.
Este sombrero es mío. Este sombrero es mío.
Speaking to an amigo, say, this hat is yours.
Este sombrero es tuyo.
This is how you say the masculine demonstrative adjective, these, as in, these pants are mine. Listen and repeat.
Estos. Estos.
Again, how do you say the masculine adjective, these?
Estos. Estos.
Using the plural Spanish word for pants, how do you say these pants?
Estos pantalones. Estos pantalones.
Again, how do you say these pants?
Estos pantalones. Estos pantalones.
Using the plural Spanish word for pants, say, these pants are mine.
Estos pantalones son míos. Estos pantalones son míos.
Speaking to Señor Fernández and using the plural Spanish word for pants, say, these pants are yours.
Estos pantalones son suyos.
Speaking to Señor Fernández, now say, these hats are yours.
Estos sombreros son suyos.
Let's now learn the Spanish word for tie, as in, he likes to wear a shirt and tie to work. Listen and repeat.
Corbata. Corbata.
And how do you say the tie?
La corbata. La corbata.
Now say the ties.
Las corbatas.
This is how you say the feminine adjective this, as in, I am going to put on this tie. Listen and repeat.
Esta. Esta.
How do you say the feminine adjective this?
Esta. Esta.
How do you say this tie?
Esta corbata. Esta corbata.
Again, how do you say this tie?
Esta corbata.
And now say, this tie is mine.
Esta corbata es mía. Esta corbata es mía.
And how do you say, this tie is not mine?
Esta corbata no es mía.
Speaking to an amigo, say, this tie is yours.
Esta corbata es tuya.
This is how you say the feminine demonstrative adjective these, as in, these ties are mine. Listen and repeat.
Estas. Estas.
Again, how do you say the feminine adjective these?
Estas. Estas.
How do you say these ties?
Estas corbatas. Estas corbatas.
Again, how do you say these ties?
Estas corbatas.
Now say, these ties are mine.
Estas corbatas son mías. Estas corbatas son mías.
Speaking to Señor Herrera, say, these ties are yours.
Estas corbatas son suyas.
Now say, these ties are not yours.
Estas corbatas no son suyas.
Let's now learn the Spanish word for gloves, as in the gloves will protect your hands from the cold. Listen and repeat.
Guantes. Guantes.
We use the word guantes when referring to two or more gloves. If referring to just one glove, how do you say the word glove?
Guante. Guante.
And how do you say the glove?
El guante. El guante.
And how do you say the gloves?
Los guantes. Los guantes.
This is how you say the demonstrative adjective that, as in that glove. Listen and repeat.
Ese. Ese.
How do you say the adjective that?
Ese. Ese.
And how do you say that glove?
Ese guante. Ese guante.
Again, how do you say that glove?
Ese guante. Ese guante.
And now say, that glove is mine.
Ese guante es mío. Ese guante es mío.
This is how you say the adjective those, as in those gloves. Listen and repeat.
Esos. Esos.
Again, how do you say the adjective those?
Esos. Esos.
And how do you say those gloves?
Esos guantes. Esos guantes.
Again, how do you say those gloves?
Esos guantes. Esos guantes.
And now say, those gloves are mine.
Esos guantes son míos. Esos guantes son míos.
This is how you say belt, as in the belt that he uses to support his pants is made of leather. Listen and repeat.
Correa. Correa.
As I mentioned in a previous lesson, Instead of correa, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the word cinturón when referring to a belt. But in this lesson, we will use the word correa. Now tell me, how do you say the belt?
La correa. La correa.
And how do you say the belts?
Las correas. Las correas.
This is how you say the adjective that when speaking about a feminine object such as a correa. Listen and repeat.
Esa. Esa.
Again, how do you say the adjective that when referring to a feminine object?
Esa. Esa.
And how do you say that belt?
Esa correa. Esa correa.
Again, how do you say that belt?
Esa correa.
And now say, that belt is mine.
Esa correa es mía. Esa correa es mía.
This is how you say the adjective those when referring to feminine objects such as correas. Listen and repeat.
Esas. Esas.
Again, how do you say the adjective those when referring to feminine objects?
Esas. Esas.
And how do you say those belts?
Esas correas. Esas correas.
Again, how do you say those belts?
Esas correas. Esas correas.
And now say, those belts are mine.
Esas correas son mías. Esas correas son mías.
And how do you say, those belts are not mine?
Esas correas no son mías.
This is the end of Lección 9 of Fast Lane Beginner Spanish. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 10. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 10, Lesson 10. Let's continue learning the demonstrative adjectives in Spanish and some more names of articles of clothing. This is how you say sneaker or tennis shoe. Listen and repeat.
Tenis. tenis,
Again, how do you say sneaker or tennis shoe?
Tenis. Tenis.
Keep in mind that the Spanish word tenis is both singular and plural, so you would say este tenis, this tennis shoe, as well as estos tenis, these tennis shoes. And you would also say ese tenis, that tennis shoe, as well as esos tenis, those tennis shoes. How do you say the tennis shoe?
el tenis, el tenis,
Now say the tennis shoes.
Los tenis.
By the way, besides the word tenis, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the phrase zapatillas deportivas when referring to sneakers or tennis shoes. But in this lesson, we will use the word tenis when referring to a sneaker or tennis shoe. Again, how do you say the tennis shoes?
los tenis,
And how do you say this tennis shoe?
Este tenis. Este tenis.
Again, how do you say this tennis shoe?
este tenis,
And now say this tennis shoe is mine.
Este tenis es mío. Este tenis es mío.
Speaking to an amigo, say this tennis shoe is yours.
este tenis es tuyo.
How do you say these tennis shoes?
Estos tenis. Estos tenis.
Again, how do you say these tennis shoes?
Estos tenis,
Now say, these tennis shoes are mine.
Estos tenis son míos. Estos tenis son míos.
Speaking to Señor Ortega, say these tennis shoes are yours.
estos tenis son suyos. Estos tenis son suyos.
Again, if speaking to Señor Ortega, how do you say these tennis shoes are yours?
Estos tenis son suyos.
Let's now learn the Spanish word for shoe, as in, he went to the shoe store to buy a pair of shoes. Listen and repeat.
Zapato. Zapato.
And how do you say the shoe?
El zapato. El zapato.
By the way, the Spanish word for shoe store is zapatería. Now tell me, how do you say the shoes?
Los zapatos.
And how do you say that shoe?
Ese zapato. Ese zapato.
Again, how do you say that shoe?
Ese zapato.
And now say, that shoe is mine.
Ese zapato es mío. Ese zapato es mío.
Speaking to an amigo, how do you say, that shoe is yours?
Ese zapato es tuyo. Ese zapato es tuyo.
And how do you say, those shoes?
Esos zapatos. Esos zapatos.
Again, how do you say, those shoes?
Esos zapatos.
And now say, those shoes are mine.
Esos zapatos son míos. Esos zapatos son míos.
Speaking to Señora Soto, how do you say, those shoes are yours?
Esos zapatos son suyos. Esos zapatos son suyos.
This is how you say the masculine adjective that over there, as in that shoe over there. Listen and repeat.
Aquel. Aquel.
As I mentioned in the last lesson, aquel and its related forms are used to refer to something that's farther away in terms of distance or time. You can use ese and its related forms when speaking about an object near the speaker or listener, but aquel and its related forms can be used when talking about an object that is far from both the speaker and the listener. In conversational Spanish, aquel and its related forms are not used as frequently as ese and its related forms. Now tell me how you would say, that shoe over there.
Aquel zapato. Aquel zapato.
Again, how do you say, that shoe over there?
Aquel zapato. Aquel zapato.
And now say, that shoe over there is mine.
Aquel zapato es mío. Aquel zapato es mío.
And how would you say that tennis shoe over there is mine?
Aquel tenis es mío. Aquel tenis es mío.
Speaking to an amigo, say, that tennis shoe over there is yours.
Aquel tenis es tuyo. Aquel tenis es tuyo.
Do you remember the Spanish word for glove?
Guante. Guante.
Speaking to an amigo, say, that glove over there is yours.
Aquel guante es tuyo. Aquel guante es tuyo.
This is how you say the masculine adjective those over there, as in those shoes over there. Listen and repeat.
Aquellos. Aquellos.
Again, how do you say those over there?
Aquellos. Aquellos.
Do you remember how to say hat?
Sombrero. Sombrero.
Now tell me how you would say those hats over there.
Aquellos sombreros. Aquellos sombreros.
Again, how do you say those hats over there?
Aquellos sombreros.
And now say, those hats over there are mine.
Aquellos sombreros son míos. Aquellos sombreros son míos.
And how would you say, those shoes over there are not mine?
Aquellos zapatos no son míos. Aquellos zapatos no son míos.
Speaking to an amigo, say, those shoes over there are yours.
Aquellos zapatos son tuyos.
This is how you say the feminine adjective that over there, as in that shirt over there. Listen and repeat.
Aquella. Aquella.
Again, how do you say the feminine adjective that over there?
Aquella. Aquella.
This is how you say shirt, as in, he always wears a shirt and tie. Listen and repeat.
Camisa. Camisa.
By the way, the Spanish word for t-shirt is camiseta. Again, how do you say shirt?
Camisa. Camisa.
Now tell me, how would you say that shirt over there?
Aquella camisa. Aquella camisa.
Again, how do you say that shirt over there?
Aquella camisa.
And now say, that shirt over there is mine.
Aquella camisa es mía. Aquella camisa es mía.
Do you remember how to say tie in Spanish, as in, he always wears a shirt and tie to the office?
Corbata. Corbata.
Now tell me, how do you say, that tie over there is mine?
Aquella corbata es mía. Aquella corbata es mía.
And how would you say, that belt over there is mine?
Aquella correa es mía. Aquella correa es mía.
Again, how do you say, that belt over there is mine?
Aquella correa es mía.
Speaking to an amigo, say, that belt over there is yours.
Aquella correa es tuya. Aquella correa es tuya.
Still speaking to an amigo, say, that tie over there is yours.
Aquella corbata es tuya. Aquella corbata es tuya.
Now say, that shirt over there is yours.
Aquella camisa es tuya.
Do you remember how to say t-shirt in Spanish?
Camiseta. Camiseta.
Again, how do you say t-shirt?
Camiseta. Camiseta.
Say, that t-shirt over there is mine.
Aquella camiseta es mía. Aquella camiseta es mía.
Speaking to an amigo, say, that t-shirt over there is yours.
Aquella camiseta es tuya.
This is how you say the feminine adjective those over there, as in those shirts over there. Listen and repeat.
Aquellas. Aquellas.
Again, how do you say the feminine adjective those over there?
Aquellas. Aquellas.
This is how you say cap in Spanish, as in he's wearing a baseball cap.
Gorra. Gorra.
Again, how do you say cap?
Gorra. Gorra.
Now tell me, how would you say those caps over there?
Aquellas gorras. Aquellas gorras.
Again, how do you say those caps over there?
Aquellas gorras.
And now say, those caps over there are mine.
Aquellas gorras son mías. Aquellas gorras son mías.
And how would you say, those caps over there are not mine?
Aquellas gorras no son mías. Aquellas gorras no son mías.
Now tell me, how do you say, those shirts over there are not mine?
Aquellas camisas no son mías.
And how would you say, those t-shirts over there are not mine?
Aquellas camisetas no son mías.
Speaking to Señor Gutierrez, say, those t-shirts over there are yours.
Aquellas camisetas son suyas. Aquellas camisetas son suyas.
Still speaking to Señor Gutierrez, say, those shirts over there are yours.
Aquellas camisas son suyas. Aquellas camisas son suyas.
Now say, those ties over there are yours.
Aquellas corbatas son suyas.
Do you know how to say the word and in Spanish, as in shirts and ties?
Y. Y.
Again, how do you say and?
Y. Y.
How do you say those shirts over there and those ties over there?
Aquellas camisas y aquellas corbatas. Aquellas camisas y aquellas corbatas.
Again, how do you say those shirts over there and those ties over there?
Aquellas camisas y aquellas corbatas.
Still speaking to Señor Gutierrez, say, those shirts over there and those ties over there are yours.
Aquellas camisas y aquellas corbatas son suyas. Aquellas camisas y aquellas corbatas son suyas.
And how would you say those shirts over there and those shoes over there?
Aquellas camisas y aquellos zapatos. Aquellas camisas y aquellos zapatos.
Again, how do you say those shirts over there and those shoes over there?
Aquellas camisas y aquellos zapatos.
Speaking to an amigo, say those shirts over there and those hats over there are not yours.
Aquellas camisas y aquellos sombreros no son tuyos. Aquellas camisas y aquellos sombreros no son tuyos.
Again, how do you say to a friend, "Those shirts over there and those hats over there are not yours"?
Aquellas camisas y aquellos sombreros no son tuyos.
This is the end of Lección 10 of Fast Lane Beginner Spanish.
Learning Spanish like crazy. Level 1. Lesson 1. Lección 1. Listen to the following conversation.
Hola, ¿hablas inglés?
¿Quién?
¿Tú hablas inglés?
Sí, hablo un poquito de inglés.
Ya veo. ¿Habla español?
¿Quién? ¿Yo?
Tú no, ella. ¿Ella habla español?
Sí, ella habla español.
¿Hablan español?
¿Quiénes? ¿Ellos?
Ellos no, ustedes. ¿Ustedes hablan español?
Sí, nosotros hablamos español.
In this lesson, you will learn how to conjugate AR Spanish verbs in the present tense. There are Spanish verbs that end in AR, ER, and IR. There are also regular verbs and irregular verbs in Spanish. In this lesson, we will only focus on regular AR verbs. In this lesson, you will also learn the subject pronouns in Spanish. The subject pronouns in English are I, you, he, she, it, we, they. The present tense is used in Spanish in several different ways. 1. It can be used to indicate an action in progress. In fact, it's very common for Spanish speakers to use the simple present tense when the present progressive would be used in English. Depending on the context, hablo can mean both I speak as well as I am speaking. In conversational Spanish, it is very common for someone to ask, ¿Qué haces? Or ¿Qué estás haciendo? Both ¿Qué haces? And ¿Qué estás haciendo? Mean, what are you doing? The present tense can be used to show something that is done continuously or ongoing. For example, nosotros hablamos español todo el tiempo. Nosotros hablamos español todo el tiempo means we speak Spanish all the time. Unlike in English, in Spanish, you can use the present tense for an action that will be done in the future. For example, ella habla con el profesor esta noche. Tonight, she will speak with the teacher. Let's begin by learning how to use the verb hablar in the present tense. The Spanish verb hablar means to speak. This is how you would say the verb to speak. Listen and repeat.
Hablar. Hablar.
Again, how do you say to speak?
Hablar. Hablar.
Did you make sure that you made your response before the native Spanish speaker? And did you repeat after the native Spanish speaker? This is how to say I speak. Listen and repeat.
Yo hablo. Hablo.
How do you say I speak?
Yo hablo. Hablo.
Can you guess which word means I?
Yo. Yo.
It is not always necessary to use the pronoun yo in Spanish. Yo is usually used for clarity or emphasis. Again, how do you say I speak?
Yo hablo. Hablo.
Make sure that you imitate the pronunciation of the native Spanish speaker. This is how you say, you speak. Listen and repeat.
Tú hablas. Hablas.
How do you say, you speak?
Tú hablas. Hablas.
Can you guess which word means you?
Tú. Tú.
It is also not always necessary to use the pronoun tú in Spanish. Tú is used for clarity or emphasis. Again, how do you say you speak?
Tú hablas. Hablas.
Now say, I speak.
Yo hablo. Hablo.
And how do you say you speak?
Tú hablas. Hablas.
There are also two ways to say the pronoun you in Spanish. Tú is the familiar or informal way of saying you, and usted is the polite or formal way of saying you. If you're not sure when to use tú or usted, here's a good rule of thumb. Use tú when speaking to someone who you would normally address by their first name, and use usted when speaking to someone who you would normally address by Mr. or Mrs. or Señor or Señora. Considering that the objective of this course is to teach you informal, spoken Spanish, unless instructed to do otherwise, in this course, you will use tú. This is how to say, he speaks. Listen and repeat.
Él habla. Habla.
How do you say, he speaks?
Él habla. Habla.
Can you guess which word means he?
Él. Él.
It is also not always necessary to use the pronoun él. Él is usually used for clarity or emphasis. Again, how do you say he speaks?
Él habla. Habla.
Now say, I speak.
Yo hablo. Hablo.
And how do you say you speak?
Tú hablas. Hablas.
Now listen to how you'd say she speaks. Listen and repeat.
Ella habla. Habla.
How do you say she speaks?
Ella habla. Habla.
Can you guess which word means she?
Ella. Ella.
Did you notice that we use the word habla to mean he speaks as well as she speaks? That's why Spanish speakers will sometimes use the words él and ella for clarity or emphasis. Again, how do you say she speaks?
Ella habla. Habla.
Now say, I speak.
Yo hablo. Hablo.
And how do you say, you speak?
Tú hablas. Hablas.
Now say, he speaks.
Él habla. Habla.
And how do you say, she speaks?
Ella habla. Habla.
Now listen to how you'd say, you speak, when using the formal or polite form of the word you. Listen and repeat.
Usted habla. Habla.
How do you say, you speak, when speaking to someone who you would normally address by Mr. or Mrs. or Señor or Señora?
Usted habla. Habla.
Can you guess which word means you?
Usted. Usted.
It is also not always necessary to use the word usted. Did you notice that we use the word habla to mean he speaks, she speaks, and you speak when using the usted form of you? That's why Spanish speakers will sometimes use the word él, ella, and usted for clarity or emphasis. Again, how do you say you speak when addressing someone who you'd address by señor or señora?
Usted habla. Habla.
Now say, I speak.
Yo hablo. Hablo.
When speaking to a friend, how do you say you speak?
Tú hablas. Hablas.
Now say, he speaks.
Él habla. Habla.
And how do you say she speaks?
Ella habla. Habla.
This is how you say we speak when referring to a group of males or a group that consists of both males and females. Listen and repeat.
Nosotros hablamos. Hablamos.
How do you say we speak?
Nosotros hablamos. Hablamos.
Can you guess which word means we?
Nosotros. Nosotros.
And this is how to say we speak when referring to a group that consists of females only. Listen and repeat.
Nosotras hablamos. Hablamos.
How would a group of females say we speak?
Nosotras hablamos. Hablamos.
When referring to a group that only consists of females, how do you say we?
Nosotras. Nosotras.
Now listen to how to say they speak when referring to a group of males or a group that consists of both males and females. Listen and repeat.
Ellos hablan. Hablan.
How do you say they speak when referring to a group of males or a group that consists of both males and females?
Ellos hablan. Hablan.
Can you guess which word means they?
Ellos. Ellos.
Now listen to how you'd say they speak when referring to a group that only consists of females. Listen and repeat.
Ellas hablan. Hablan.
How do you say they speak when referring to a group of females?
Ellas hablan. Hablan.
Can you guess which word means they?
Ellas. Ellas.
Now listen and repeat the word Spanish.
Español. Español.
How do you say Spanish?
Español. Español.
Now listen to how you'd say all of you speak or you speak using the plural form of you. Listen and repeat.
Ustedes hablan. Hablan.
Are you making sure that you are imitating the pronunciation of the native Spanish speaker? Instead of saying all of you speak, a native English speaker may informally say, you guys speak. In Spanish, how would you say, you guys speak?
Ustedes hablan. Hablan.
Can you guess which word means all of you or you guys?
Ustedes. Ustedes.
And how would you say, you guys speak Spanish?
Ustedes hablan español. Hablan español.
It is also not always necessary to use the word ustedes. Did you notice that we use the word hablan in order to say they speak as well as you guys speak? That's why Spanish speakers will sometimes use the words ellos, ellas, and ustedes for clarity or emphasis. How do you say, I speak Spanish?
Yo hablo español. Hablo español.
And if speaking to a friend, how would you say, you speak Spanish?
Tú hablas español. Hablas español.
And if speaking to Señor Valdez, how would you say, you speak Spanish?
Usted habla español. Habla español.
How do you say, he speaks Spanish?
Él habla español. Habla español.
And if you're in a group that has both males and females, how do you say, we speak Spanish?
Nosotros hablamos español. Hablamos español.
Now tell me how you say, they speak Spanish.
Ellos hablan español. Hablan español.
Listen to the conversation that you heard at the beginning of this lesson.
Hola, ¿hablas inglés?
¿Quién?
¿Tú hablas inglés?
Sí, hablo un poquito de inglés.
Ya veo, ¿habla español?
¿Quién? ¿Yo?
Tú no, ella. ¿Ella habla español?
Sí, ella habla español.
¿Hablan español?
¿Quiénes? ¿Ellos?
Ellos no, ustedes. ¿Ustedes hablan español?
Sí, nosotros hablamos español.
This is the end of Lección 1. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 2. If not, listen to this lesson until you're able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Learning Spanish like crazy. Level 1. Lesson 2. Lección 2. Listen to the following conversation.
Hola, ¿hablas español?
Sí, yo hablo un poquito de español, pero hablo mucho francés. ¿Hablas español?
Sí, yo hablo español. ¿Hablas inglés?
Sí, hablo inglés, pero no hablo italiano. ¿Hablas italiano?
Hablo un poquito de italiano. ¿Ella habla italiano?
No, ella no habla italiano. ¿Habla portugués? ¿Hablan portugués?
¿Quiénes? ¿Ellos?
Ellos no. Ustedes. ¿Ustedes hablan portugués?
Sí, hablamos portugués. ¿Y ustedes? ¿Ustedes hablan portugués?
No, no hablamos portugués, pero hablamos un poquito de japonés.
Now that you have learned how to make affirmative statements with the AR verb, hablar, in the present tense, let's learn how to make negative statements. This is how to say, I don't speak. Listen and repeat.
Yo no hablo. No hablo.
Say, I don't speak.
Yo no hablo. No hablo.
Speaking to an amigo or friend, how do you say, you don't speak.
Tú no hablas. No hablas.
Now say, you don't speak Spanish.
Tú no hablas español.
Did you notice that in order to make a negative statement, you simply put no before the verb? Now try to say, he doesn't speak.
Él no habla. No habla.
Again, how do you say, he doesn't speak?
Él no habla. No habla.
Now say, she doesn't speak.
Ella no habla. No habla.
Now say, she doesn't speak Spanish.
Ella no habla español.
Now say, you don't speak in the formal or polite way.
Usted no habla. No habla.
Do you remember how to say, we speak?
Nosotros hablamos. Hablamos.
Now try to say, we don't speak.
Nosotros no hablamos. No hablamos.
And how do you say, we don't speak Spanish?
Nosotros no hablamos español. No hablamos español.
Now say, they don't speak, when referring to a group of males or a group consisting of both males and females.
Ellos no hablan. No hablan.
And how do you say, they don't speak, when referring to a group of females?
Ellas no hablan. No hablan.
Referring to a group of females, say, they don't speak Spanish.
Ellas no hablan español.
And how do you say, you guys don't speak?
Ustedes no hablan. No hablan.
And how do you say, you guys don't speak Spanish?
Ustedes no hablan español.
You have just learned how to conjugate the AR verb hablar in the present tense. However, you only learned how to make statements with the verb hablar. Now let's learn how to ask questions with the verb hablar. When speaking to someone who you would normally address by their first name, this is the informal way to ask, do you speak Spanish? Listen and repeat the question, do you speak Spanish?
¿Tú hablas español? ¿Hablas español?
Did you imitate the Spanish speaker's rising intonation at the end of the sentence? How do you ask, do you speak Spanish?
¿Tú hablas español? ¿Hablas español?
In many Spanish courses, the instructors teach very formal Spanish. For example, instead of ¿Tú hablas español? Or ¿Usted habla español? They teach the phrases ¿Hablas tú español? Or ¿Habla usted español? Or some other courses may teach the phrases ¿Hablas español tú? Or ¿Habla español usted? Since the goal of this Spanish course is to teach you conversational Spanish, you will learn how the phrases are said by Spanish speakers in common, everyday, informal situations. However, so that you will be familiar with formal Spanish when you hear it, we will occasionally use formal Spanish phrases in this course. How do you ask, do you speak Spanish?
¿Tú hablas español? ¿Hablas español?
Now listen only to this response.
Sí, yo hablo español.
She just said, yes, I speak Spanish. Listen and repeat the word for yes.
Sí. Sí.
How do you ask, do you speak Spanish?
¿Tú hablas español? ¿Hablas español?
Again, how do you ask, do you speak Spanish?
¿Tú hablas español? ¿Hablas español?
Respond, yes, I speak Spanish.
Sí, yo hablo español. Sí, hablo español.
Ask again, do you speak Spanish?
¿Hablas español?
How would you respond? No, I don't speak Spanish.
No, yo no hablo español.
Once again ask, do you speak Spanish?
¿Hablas español?
Listen only to this response.
¿Quién?
She just asked, who? Listen and repeat the word for who.
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
How do you ask, who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
Do you remember how to say I?
Yo. Yo.
How do you ask, do you speak Spanish?
¿Hablas español?
Try to respond, who, me?
¿Quién yo? ¿Quién yo?
How do you ask, who, me?
¿Quién yo?
Now respond, yes, I speak Spanish.
Sí, yo hablo español.
Once again, ask, do you speak Spanish?
¿Hablas español?
How do you respond? Who, me?
¿Quién, yo?
Listen only to this response.
Tú no.
He just said, tú no. Tú no means not you. Listen and repeat the phrase, not you.
Tú no. Tú no.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say, not you?
Tú no. Tú no.
Try to ask, who, him?
¿Quién, él? ¿Quién, él?
¿Cómo se pregunta? How do you ask? Who, him?
¿Quién, él? ¿Quién, él?
How do you respond? Not him.
Él no. Él no.
Listen only to this response.
Entonces, ¿quién?
She just asked, entonces quién? Entonces quién means then who? Listen and repeat.
Entonces, ¿quién? Entonces. Entonces, ¿quién?
¿Cómo se pregunta? How do you ask? Then who?
Entonces, ¿quién? Entonces, ¿quién?
In the question, entonces quién? Which word do you think means then?
Entonces. Entonces.
¿Cómo se dice? Or how do you say then?
Entonces. Entonces.
Listen only to this question.
¿Hablan español?
Try to ask, who, them?
¿Quiénes? ¿Ellos? ¿Quiénes? ¿Ellos?
Again, ask, who, them?
¿Quiénes? ¿Ellos? ¿Quiénes? ¿Ellos?
How do you respond? Not them.
Ellos no. Ellos no.
Do you remember how to say, all of you, or you guys?
Ustedes. Ustedes.
How do you ask, do you guys speak Spanish?
¿Ustedes hablan español?
How do you reply, who, us?
¿Quiénes nosotros? ¿Quiénes nosotros?
Listen only to this response.
Sí, ustedes. ¿Hablan español?
How do you reply? Yes, we speak Spanish.
Sí, nosotros hablamos español. Sí, hablamos español.
Now listen only to this question.
¿Ustedes hablan inglés?
He just asked, do you guys speak English? This is how you say English. Listen and repeat.
Inglés. Inglés.
How do you say English?
Inglés. Inglés.
How do you reply? Yes, we speak English.
Sí, nosotros hablamos inglés. Sí, hablamos inglés.
Speaking to an amigo or friend, how would you ask, do you speak English?
¿Tú hablas inglés? ¿Hablas inglés?
Respond, yes, I speak English.
Sí, yo hablo inglés. Sí, hablo inglés.
And how would you respond? No, I don't speak English.
No, yo no hablo inglés. No, no hablo inglés.
And how would you ask, does he speak English?
¿Él habla inglés? ¿Habla inglés?
Respond, no, he doesn't speak English.
No, él no habla inglés. No, no habla inglés.
Say, he speaks Spanish.
Él habla español. Habla español.
And how would you ask, does she speak English?
¿Ella habla inglés? ¿Habla inglés?
Respond, yes, she speaks English.
Sí, ella habla inglés. Sí, habla inglés.
Now ask, do they speak English?
¿Ellos hablan inglés? ¿Hablan inglés?
And if referring to a group that consists of females, how do you ask, do they speak English?
¿Ellas hablan inglés? ¿Hablan inglés?
Referring to the group of females, respond, no, they do not speak English.
No, ellas no hablan inglés. No, no hablan inglés.
Say, they speak Spanish.
Ellas hablan español. Hablan español.
Now, listen only to this question.
¿Tú hablas francés?
He just asked, do you speak French? This is how you say French. Listen and repeat.
Francés. Francés.
How do you say French?
Francés. Francés.
How do you reply, yes, I speak French?
Sí, yo hablo francés. Hablo francés.
How do you ask, do you speak French?
¿Tú hablas francés? ¿Hablas francés?
Respond, yes, I speak French.
Sí, yo hablo francés. Sí, hablo francés.
And how would you respond? No, I don't speak French.
No, yo no hablo francés. No, no hablo francés.
Now listen only to this question.
¿Él habla italiano?
She just asked, does he speak Italian? This is how you say Italian. Listen and repeat.
Italiano. Italiano.
How do you say Italian?
Italiano. Italiano.
Listen only to the same question again.
¿Él habla italiano?
Respond, no, he doesn't speak Italian.
No, él no habla italiano. No, no habla italiano.
And how would you ask, does she speak Italian?
¿Ella habla italiano? ¿Habla italiano?
Respond, yes, she speaks Italian.
Sí, ella habla italiano. Sí, habla italiano.
Now listen only to this question.
¿Ustedes hablan portugués?
He just asked, do you guys speak Portuguese? This is how you say Portuguese. Listen and repeat.
Portugués. Portugués.
How do you say Portuguese?
Portugués. Portugués.
How do you reply? Yes, we speak Portuguese.
Sí, nosotros hablamos portugués. Sí, hablamos portugués.
How would you ask, do you guys speak Portuguese?
¿Ustedes hablan portugués? ¿Ustedes hablan portugués?
Listen only to this response.
No, no hablamos portugués, pero hablamos japonés.
You just heard the phrase, pero hablamos japonés. Pero hablamos japonés means, but we speak Japanese. Japonés is the Spanish word for Japanese. This is the end of Lección 2. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 3. If not, listen to this lesson until you're able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Learning Spanish like crazy. Level 1. Lesson 3. Lección 3. Listen to the following conversation.
¿Hablas español?
Sí, yo hablo español.
¿Hablas español en la escuela?
Sí, todos hablamos español en la escuela.
¿Caminas a la escuela?
Sí, yo camino a la escuela en la mañana. ¿Tú caminas a la escuela?
Sí, camino a la escuela todos los días. ¿Y tu amiga? ¿Caminan juntas a la escuela?
No, ella no camina a la escuela. Va a la escuela en moto.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the male speaker only. Be sure to say the correct answer before the male speaker, and then repeat the correct answer after the male speaker.
¿Hablas español?
Ask her, who, me?
¿Quién, yo?
Sí, tú. ¿Hablas español?
Reply, yes, I speak Spanish.
Sí, hablo español.
Remember that in Spanish, you have the option to respond with either sí, yo hablo español, or sí, hablo español. That's because the pronoun yo is optional. You can use yo to add emphasis or clarity. If you do not want to add the emphasis, or it is clear who the subject of the sentence is, then you can just respond with sí, hablo español. She asks you again.
¿Hablas español?
Ask her, who, me?
¿Quién, yo?
Sí, tú. ¿Hablas español?
This time, you want to make it very clear to her and emphasize that you speak Spanish. Reply, yes, I speak Spanish.
Sí, yo hablo español.
Did you use the pronoun yo to make it very clear and to emphasize that you speak Spanish? She asks again.
¿Habla español?
This time, you're not sure who she's referring to. Ask her, who?
¿Quién?
Now ask her, who, him?
¿Quién, él?
Sí, él. ¿Habla español?
Respond, yes, he speaks Spanish.
Sí, habla español.
She did not hear your response, so she asks you again.
¿Habla español?
This time, you want to make it very clear and emphasize that he speaks Spanish. Respond, yes, he speaks Spanish.
Sí, él habla español.
She asks you the question again.
¿Habla español?
Once again, you're not sure who she's referring to. Ask her, who?
¿Quién?
Now ask her, who, her?
¿Quién? ¿Ella?
She didn't hear you, and she asks you, what?
¿Cómo?
Ask her again. Who, her?
¿Quién? ¿Ella?
Sí, ella. ¿Habla español?
Respond, no, she does not speak Spanish.
No, no habla español.
She did not hear your response, so she asks you again.
¿Ella habla español?
This time, you want to make it very clear that she does not speak Spanish. Respond, no, she does not speak Spanish.
No, ella no habla español.
Did you use the pronoun ella to make it very clear and to emphasize that she does not speak Spanish? Say, she speaks English.
Habla inglés.
Now she asks you this question.
¿Hablan español?
Once again, you're not sure who she is referring to. Ask her, who?
¿Quiénes? ¿Quiénes?
Did you notice that we use the word quién when we're talking about one person, but we use the word quiénes when we're speaking about more than one person? Now ask her, who, us?
¿Quiénes nosotros?
She didn't hear you, and she asks you, what?
¿Cómo?
Ask her again, who, us?
¿Quiénes nosotros?
Ustedes no. ¿Ellos hablan español?
Respond, no, they do not speak Spanish.
No, no hablan español.
She did not hear your response, so she asks you again.
¿Ellos hablan español?
This time, you want to make it very clear that they do not speak Spanish. Respond, no, they do not speak Spanish.
No, ellos no hablan español.
Did you use the pronoun ellos to make it very clear and to emphasize that they do not speak Spanish? Now say, they speak English.
Hablan inglés.
¿Hablas francés?
Respond, no, I don't speak French.
No, no hablo francés.
¿Ustedes hablan italiano?
Respond, no, we don't speak Italian.
No, no hablamos italiano.
¿Y ella? ¿Habla italiano?
Respond, no, she doesn't speak Italian.
No, no habla italiano.
Say, she speaks Portuguese.
Habla portugués.
Let's now learn how to say the AR verb to walk. Listen and repeat.
Caminar. Caminar.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say to walk?
Caminar. Caminar.
Try to say I walk.
Yo camino. Camino.
How do you say I walk?
Yo camino. Camino.
Listen only to this question.
¿Caminas?
How do you respond? Yes, I walk.
Sí, yo camino. Sí, camino.
Speaking to a friend, how do you ask? Do you walk?
¿Tú caminas? ¿Caminas?
Again, how do you ask? Do you walk?
¿Tú caminas? ¿Caminas?
Listen only to this response.
Sí, camino todos los días.
He just said, yes, I walk every day. Listen and repeat the phrase, every day.
Todos los días. Días. Los días. Todos los días.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say every day?
Todos los días.
Try to ask, does he walk?
¿Él camina? ¿Camina?
Answer, yes, he walks.
Sí, él camina. Sí, camina.
Now ask, does he walk every day?
¿Él camina todos los días? ¿Camina todos los días?
Respond, yes, he walks every day.
Sí, él camina todos los días. Sí, camina todos los días.
Now ask, does she walk every day?
¿Ella camina todos los días? ¿Camina todos los días?
Answer: No, she does not walk every day.
No, ella no camina todos los días. No, no camina todos los días.
Listen only to this question.
¿Ella habla español todos los días?
Answer: No, she does not speak Spanish every day.
No, ella no habla español todos los días. No, no habla español todos los días.
Listen only to this question.
¿Ella camina a la escuela todos los días?
She just asked, ¿ella camina a la escuela todos los días? Ella camina a la escuela todos los días means, does she walk to school every day? Listen and repeat the phrase, to the school.
A la escuela. Escuela. La escuela. A la escuela.
How do you say, to the school?
A la escuela.
In the phrase, a la escuela, or to the school, which word means to?
A. A.
In the phrase, a la escuela, or to the school, which word means the?
La. La.
In the phrase, a la escuela, or to the school, which word means school?
Escuela. Escuela.
Again, listen only to her question.
¿Ella camina a la escuela todos los días?
Respond yes, she walks to school every day.
Sí, ella camina a la escuela todos los días. Sí, camina a la escuela todos los días.
Listen only to this question.
¿Ellos caminan a la escuela todos los días?
Respond, no, they do not walk to school every day.
No, ellos no caminan a la escuela todos los días. No, no caminan a la escuela todos los días.
Listen only to this question.
¿Y ustedes?
She just asked, ¿Y ustedes? ¿Y ustedes means, and you guys? This is how you say and. Listen and repeat.
Y. Y.
How do you say and?
Y. Y.
Listen only to her next questions.
¿Y ustedes? ¿Ustedes caminan?
Respond, no, we do not walk.
No, nosotros no caminamos. No caminamos.
Listen to this question.
¿Ustedes caminan a la escuela?
Respond, no, we do not walk to school.
No, nosotros no caminamos a la escuela.
Listen to this question.
¿Ustedes caminan a la escuela todos los días?
Respond, no, we do not walk to school every day.
No, nosotros no caminamos a la escuela todos los días. No caminamos a la escuela todos los días.
Listen only to this question.
¿Ustedes hablan español todos los días?
Respond, yes, we speak Spanish every day.
Sí, nosotros hablamos español todos los días. Sí, hablamos español todos los días.
Listen only to this question.
¿Ustedes hablan español en la escuela todos los días?
She just asked, ¿Ustedes hablan español en la escuela todos los días? ¿Ustedes hablan español en la escuela todos los días means, do you guys speak Spanish in the school every day? In Spanish, this is how you say the English word in. Listen and repeat.
En. En.
Listen to the following question again.
¿Ustedes hablan español en la escuela todos los días?
Respond, yes, we speak Spanish in the school every day.
Sí, nosotros hablamos español en la escuela todos los días. En la escuela. Sí, hablamos español en la escuela todos los días.
Although many English speakers would say, we speak Spanish in school, as opposed to saying, we speak Spanish in the school, in Spanish, it is correct to say, hablamos español en la escuela. Again, how do you say, yes, we speak Spanish in the school every day?
Sí, nosotros hablamos español en la escuela todos los días.
Now I want to warn you about a mistake that many English speakers make when speaking Spanish, and you should try to avoid it. When speaking conversational English, some English speakers may say, I'm at the street corner, and others may say, I'm on the street corner. However, in Spanish, the preposition en instead of the preposition a is used in order to indicate where something takes place or where something is located. For example, estoy en la esquina. I am on the corner. Now listen to the same conversation that you heard at the beginning of the lesson.
¿Hablas español?
Sí, yo hablo español.
¿Hablas español en la escuela?
Sí, todos hablamos español en la escuela.
¿Caminas a la escuela?
Sí, yo camino a la escuela en la mañana. ¿Tú caminas a la escuela?
Sí, camino a la escuela todos los días. ¿Y tu amiga? ¿Caminan juntas a la escuela?
No, Ella no camina a la escuela. Ella va a la escuela en moto.
She just said, ella va a la escuela en moto. Ella va a la escuela en moto means she goes to school on a motorcycle. Moto, which is the diminutive word of motocicleta, means motorcycle. This is the end of Lección 3. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 4. If not, listen to this lesson until you're able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Learning Spanish like crazy. Level 1. Lesson 4. Lección 4. Listen to the following conversation.
¿Comes en la mañana?
Sí, como en la mañana.
Pero, ¿comes en la mañana todos los días?
Sí, como en la mañana todos los días. Antes de ir a la escuela, yo siempre desayuno. ¿Y tú? ¿Comes en la mañana todos los días?
¿Quién? ¿Yo?
Sí, tú. ¿Comes en la mañana todos los días?
A veces sí, a veces no.
¿Y tus amigos? ¿Siempre comen en la mañana?
Mis amigos nunca comen en la mañana. Siempre comen en la tarde. ¿Y tú? ¿Comes en la tarde?
No, nunca almuerzo, pero siempre como en la noche. ¿Y tú? ¿Comes en la noche?
Yo sí. Yo siempre como en la noche.
¿Y ustedes siempre comen en la noche?
Nosotros nunca comemos en la noche. Yo sí. Yo siempre como en la noche. En la noche yo siempre tengo ganas de comer.
In this lesson, you will learn how to conjugate ER verbs in the present tense. We will also review the AR verbs that you have already learned. Let's now learn how to say the ER verb to eat. Listen and repeat.
Comer. Comer.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say to eat?
Comer. Comer.
Try to say I eat.
Yo como. Como.
How do you say I eat?
Yo como. Como.
Listen to this question.
¿Comes?
How do you respond? Yes, I eat.
Sí, yo como. Sí, como.
Say, I eat every day.
Yo como todos los días.
How would you ask a friend? Do you eat every day?
¿Comes todos los días?
Remember, in Spanish, you do not have to use the pronoun tú or the other pronouns. Tú and the other pronouns are used for clarity and emphasis. Ask again. Do you eat every day?
¿Comes todos los días?
Listen to this response.
Sí, yo como todos los días, pero a veces no como en la mañana.
She just said, pero a veces no como en la mañana. Pero a veces no como en la mañana means, but at times I don't eat in the morning. This is how you say in the morning. Listen and repeat.
En la mañana. Mañana. En la mañana.
In the phrase en la mañana, which word do you think means morning?
Mañana. Mañana.
Besides the phrase en la mañana, you may also hear some Spanish speakers say por la mañana in order to say in the morning. But in this lesson, instead of using the phrase por la mañana, we will continue to use the phrase en la mañana in order to say in the morning. Again, how do you say in the morning?
En la mañana. En la mañana.
Speaking to a friend, how do you ask, do you eat in the morning?
¿Tú comes en la mañana? ¿Comes en la mañana?
Instead of saying to eat in the morning, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the verb desayunar. Desayunar means to eat breakfast. Again, how do you ask, do you eat in the morning?
¿Tú comes en la mañana? ¿Comes en la mañana?
Listen to this response.
No, no como en la mañana. Solamente como en la tarde.
She just said, solamente como en la tarde. Solamente como en la tarde means I only eat in the afternoon. This is how you say in the afternoon. Listen and repeat.
En la tarde. Tarde. En la tarde.
In the phrase en la tarde, which word means afternoon?
Tarde. Tarde.
Besides the phrase en la tarde, you may also hear some Spanish speakers say por la tarde in order to say in the afternoon. But in this lesson, instead of using the phrase por la tarde, we will continue to use the phrase en la tarde in order to say in the afternoon. Again, how do you say in the afternoon?
En la tarde. En la tarde.
Now ask, do you eat in the afternoon?
¿Tú comes en la tarde? ¿Comes en la tarde?
This is a good time for me to bring your attention that the Spanish verb for to eat lunch is almorzar. In some Latin American countries, it is common to have a 2-hour lunch break. The 2-hour lunch break usually takes place from 12 noon until 2 p.m. During the 2-hour lunch break, many businesses and government offices are closed. Again, how do you ask, do you eat in the afternoon?
¿Tú comes en la tarde? ¿Comes en la tarde?
Respond, yes, I eat in the afternoon.
Sí, como en la tarde.
And how would you ask, do you guys eat?
¿Ustedes comen? ¿Comen?
Now ask, do you guys eat in the afternoon?
¿Ustedes comen en la tarde? ¿Comen en la tarde?
Now listen only to the female speaker.
Sí, comemos en la tarde. ¿Y ustedes? ¿Ustedes comen en la tarde?
Respond by saying, we eat.
Nosotros comemos. Comemos.
Listen to her question again.
¿Ustedes comen en la tarde?
Respond, yes, we eat in the afternoon.
Sí, nosotros comemos en la tarde. Sí, comemos en la tarde.
Listen to this question.
¿Ustedes comen en la mañana?
Respond, no, we do not eat in the morning.
No, nosotros no comemos en la mañana. No, no comemos en la mañana.
Do you remember how to say the word and, as in the morning and in the afternoon?
Y.
Listen to the same question from her.
¿Ustedes comen en la mañana?
This time respond, we eat in the morning and in the afternoon.
Nosotros comemos en la mañana y en la tarde. Comemos en la mañana y en la tarde.
How do you say, we eat in the morning and in the afternoon every day?
Nosotros comemos en la mañana y en la tarde todos los días.
Again, how do you say, we eat in the morning and in the afternoon every day?
Comemos en la mañana y en la tarde todos los días.
And how do you ask, do they eat in the morning?
¿Ellos comen en la mañana? ¿Comen en la mañana?
Listen only to the female speaker.
Sí, ellos comen en la mañana. ¿Ellos comen en la tarde todos los días?
Respond, no, they do not eat in the afternoon every day.
No, ellos no comen en la tarde todos los días.
How do you say, they do not eat in the afternoon every day?
No comen en la tarde todos los días.
Listen to the female speaker.
Ellos no comen en la tarde todos los días, pero siempre comen en la noche.
She just said, pero siempre comen en la noche. Pero siempre comen en la noche means, but they always eat in the night. This is how you say in the night or in the evening. Listen and repeat.
En la noche. Noche. En la noche.
In the phrase en la noche, which word means evening or night?
Noche. Noche.
Besides the phrase en la noche, you may also hear some Spanish speakers say por la noche in order to say in the evening or at night. But in this lesson, instead of using the phrase por la noche, we will continue to use the phrase en la noche in order to say in the evening or at night. Again, how do you say in the night or in the evening?
En la noche. En la noche.
Now ask, do you eat in the evening?
¿Tú comes en la noche? ¿Comes en la noche?
Instead of saying to eat in the evening or night, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the verb cenar. Cenar means to eat dinner or to have dinner. Again, how do you ask, do you eat in the evening?
¿Tú comes en la noche? ¿Comes en la noche?
Respond, no, I don't eat at night.
No, no como en la noche.
How do you say, I don't eat at night?
No como en la noche.
Now imagine that you are speaking to someone who you normally address by Mr. or Mrs. How would you ask, do you eat in the night?
¿Usted come en la noche? ¿Come en la noche?
How do you respond? No, I don't eat at night.
No, no como en la noche.
Now imagine you're speaking to a friend. Changing the topic, ask, do you walk in the morning?
¿Tú caminas en la mañana? ¿Caminas en la mañana?
Listen to this response.
Sí, camino en la mañana. Siempre camino en la mañana.
She just said, siempre camino en la mañana. Siempre camino en la mañana means I always walk in the morning. This is how you say the word always. Listen and repeat.
Siempre. Siempre.
Again, how do you say always?
Siempre. Siempre.
Now ask, do you guys always walk in the afternoon?
¿Ustedes siempre caminan en la tarde? ¿Siempre caminan en la tarde?
Listen to this response.
Nunca caminamos en la noche.
She just said, we never walk at night. This is how you say the word never. Listen and repeat.
Nunca. Nunca.
Again, how do you say never?
Nunca. Nunca.
Now listen to her question.
¿Ustedes comen en la mañana?
Respond, we never eat in the morning.
Nosotros nunca comemos en la mañana. Nunca comemos en la mañana.
Again, how do you say we never eat in the morning?
Nunca comemos en la mañana.
And how do you say we always eat in the afternoon?
Nosotros siempre comemos en la tarde. Siempre. Siempre comemos en la tarde.
Now listen to the same conversation that you heard at the beginning of this lesson.
¿Comes en la mañana?
Sí, como en la mañana.
Pero, ¿comes en la mañana todos los días?
Sí, como en la mañana todos los días. Antes de ir a la escuela, yo siempre desayuno. ¿Y tú? ¿Comes en la mañana todos los días?
¿Quién? ¿Yo?
Sí, tú. ¿Comes en la mañana todos los días?
A veces sí, a veces no.
¿Y tus amigos? ¿Siempre comen en la mañana?
Mis amigos nunca comen en la mañana. Siempre comen en la tarde. ¿Y tú? ¿Comes en la tarde?
No, nunca almuerzo, pero siempre como en la noche. ¿Y tú? ¿Comes en la noche?
Yo sí. Yo siempre como en la noche.
¿Y ustedes siempre comen en la noche?
Nosotros nunca comemos en la noche. Yo sí. Yo siempre como en la noche. En la noche yo siempre tengo ganas de comer.
He just said, en la noche, yo siempre tengo ganas de comer. Yo siempre tengo ganas de comer means I always feel like eating. The phrase tener ganas means to feel like. For example, tener ganas de comer means to feel like eating. Tener ganas de caminar means to feel like walking. Be very careful when using the phrase tener ganas. Depending on the context, the phrase tener ganas by itself can suggest that one has sexual desires. This is the end of Lección 4. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 5. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Learning Spanish like crazy. Level 1. Lesson 5. Lección 5. In this lesson, you will learn how to conjugate some more ER verbs in the present tense. We will also learn the names of certain beverages in Spanish. Listen to the following conversation.
Hola, ¿bebes café?
No, no bebo café, pero bebo té. ¿Bebes té?
Sí, yo bebo té. ¿Y ella bebe café?
Sí, bebe café. También bebe té. ¿Y ustedes beben vino o cerveza?
Nosotros bebemos cerveza. ¿Beben cerveza?
¿Quiénes? ¿Nosotras?
Ustedes no, ellas. ¿Ellas beben cerveza?
Ellas no beben cerveza, pero beben un poquito de vino.
¿Y ustedes?
Sí, nosotras bebemos cerveza.
This is how you say tea in Spanish, as in, I like to drink a cup of tea after dinner. Listen and repeat.
Té. Té.
How do you say the tea?
El té. El té.
Let's now learn how to say the ER verb to drink. Listen and repeat.
Beber. Beber.
Instead of beber, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the verb tomar. Both beber and tomar mean to drink, and both beber and tomar can refer to drinking alcoholic beverages as well as non-alcoholic beverages. In this lesson, we will not use the Spanish verb tomar for the verb to drink. We will use the verb beber instead. ¿Cómo se dice? How do you say the verb to drink?
Beber. Beber.
Listen to this question.
¿Bebes?
Respond, yes, I drink.
Sí, yo bebo. Bebo.
How do you say, I drink?
Yo bebo. Bebo.
And how would you say, you drink?
Tú bebes. Bebes.
Again, how would you say, you drink?
Bebes.
Now listen to this question.
¿Bebes mucho?
She just asked, ¿bebes mucho? Bebes mucho means, do you drink a lot? How do you say a lot or much?
Mucho. Mucho.
She asks you again.
¿Bebes mucho?
Try to respond, no, I don't drink a lot.
No, yo no bebo mucho. No bebo mucho.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say, I never drink a lot?
Yo nunca bebo mucho. Nunca bebo mucho.
How do you ask, do you drink a lot?
¿Tú bebes mucho? ¿Bebes mucho?
Listen to this response.
No, yo no bebo mucho. Solamente bebo un poquito.
She just said, solamente bebo un poquito. Solamente bebo un poquito means I only drink a little bit. This is how you say a little bit. Listen and repeat.
Un poquito. Poquito. Un poquito.
Again, how do you say a little bit?
Un poquito. Un poquito.
Listen to this question.
¿Bebes mucho?
Respond, I drink a little bit.
Bebo un poquito.
Listen to this question.
¿Bebes todos los días?
Respond, no, I don't drink every day.
No, yo no bebo todos los días. No bebo todos los días.
Now listen to this question.
¿Bebes mucha agua?
She just asked, ¿Bebes mucha agua? Bebes mucha agua means, do you drink a lot of water? This is how you say water. Listen and repeat.
Agua. Agua.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say water?
Agua. Agua.
Now try to say the water.
El agua. El agua.
Now try to say a lot of water.
Mucha agua. Mucha. Mucha agua.
Since agua is a feminine word, you must use the word mucha instead of mucho and say mucha agua. Although agua is a feminine word, we still say el agua instead of la agua. The word agua is an exception to the rule that masculine words use the definite article el and feminine words use the definite article la. Once again, ¿cómo se dice a lot of water?
Mucha agua. Mucha agua.
She asks you again.
¿Bebes mucha agua?
Respond, yes, I drink a lot of water.
Sí, yo bebo mucha agua. Bebo mucha agua.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say, I drink a lot of water in the morning?
Yo bebo mucha agua en la mañana.
Otra vez, ¿cómo se dice? Again, how do you say, I drink a lot of water in the morning?
Yo bebo mucha agua en la mañana.
¿Cómo se dice? I drink a lot of water in the afternoon.
Yo bebo mucha agua en la tarde.
Otra vez, ¿cómo se dice? I drink a lot of water in the afternoon.
Bebo mucha agua en la tarde.
Listen to this question.
¿Bebes mucha cerveza?
She just asked, ¿Bebes mucha cerveza? Bebes mucha cerveza means, do you drink a lot of beer? This is how you say beer. Listen and repeat.
Cerveza. Cerveza.
How do you say the beer?
La cerveza. La cerveza.
She asks you again.
¿Bebes mucha cerveza?
Respond, yes, I drink a lot of beer.
Sí, yo bebo mucha cerveza. Bebo mucha cerveza.
Listen to this question.
¿Bebes mucha cerveza en la tarde?
Respond, no, I don't drink a lot of beer in the afternoon.
No, yo no bebo mucha cerveza en la tarde. No bebo mucha cerveza en la tarde.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say, I drink a lot of beer at night?
Yo bebo mucha cerveza en la noche. Bebo mucha cerveza en la noche.
Listen to this question.
¿Él bebe?
She just asked, ¿Él bebe? El bebe means, does he drink? This is how you say, he drinks. Listen and repeat.
Él bebe. Bebe.
¿Cómo se dice? How do you say, he drinks?
Él bebe. Bebe.
Listen to this question.
¿Él bebe mucha gaseosa?
You are not sure what she just said. When you don't understand what someone said, do you remember how to ask, what?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
¿Cómo literally means how. In some instances, you may hear a Spanish speaker ask, ¿qué? When they don't understand what someone said. But in this lesson, we will continue to ask, ¿cómo? When we don't understand what someone said. Again, when you don't understand what someone said, how do you ask, what?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
Listen to the question again.
¿Él bebe mucha gaseosa?
She just asked, Él bebe mucha gaseosa. Él bebe mucha gaseosa means, does he drink a lot of soda? This is how you say the English word soda. Soda meaning a carbonated beverage such as Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Sprite. Listen and repeat.
Gaseosa. Gaseosa.
Now try to say the soda.
La gaseosa. La gaseosa.
In some Spanish-speaking countries, instead of saying gaseosa, you may hear people say refresco or soda. Listen to the question again.
¿Él bebe mucha gaseosa?
Respond, he never drinks a lot of soda.
Él nunca bebe mucha gaseosa. Nunca bebe mucha gaseosa.
And how would you say, but he always drinks a lot of beer?
Pero siempre bebe mucha cerveza.
¿Cómo se dice, he always drinks a lot of water?
Siempre bebe mucha agua.
Listen to this question.
¿Usted bebe mucho vino?
You are not sure what she just said. How do you ask, what, when you don't understand what someone said?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
Listen to the question again.
¿Usted bebe mucho vino?
She just asked you, ¿Usted bebe mucho vino? Usted bebe mucho vino means, do you drink a lot of wine? This is how you say wine. Listen and repeat.
Vino. Vino.
Now try to say the wine.
El vino. El vino.
She asks you again.
¿Usted bebe mucho vino?
Respond, I never drink a lot of wine.
Yo nunca bebo mucho vino. Nunca bebo mucho vino.
Listen to this question.
¿Ellos beben?
She just asked, ¿Ellos beben? Ellos beben means, do they drink? This is how you say, they drink. Listen and repeat.
Ellos beben. Beben.
¿Cómo se dice, they drink?
Ellos beben. Beben.
Now listen to this question.
¿Ellos beben mucha leche?
She just asked you, ¿Ellos beben mucha leche? Ellos beben mucha leche means, do they drink a lot of milk? This is how you say milk. Listen and repeat.
Leche. Leche.
Now try to say the milk.
La leche. La leche.
She asks you again.
¿Ellos beben mucha leche?
Respond, they always drink a lot of milk.
Ellos siempre beben mucha leche. Siempre beben mucha leche.
¿Cómo se dice? They always drink a lot of milk.
Siempre beben mucha leche.
Listen to this question.
¿Siempre beben mucha agua?
Respond, They always drink a lot of water.
Ellos siempre beben mucha agua. Siempre beben mucha agua.
And how would you ask, do you guys drink?
¿Ustedes beben? ¿Beben?
Listen to this response.
Nosotros nunca bebemos.
She just said, nosotros nunca bebemos. Nosotros nunca bebemos means we never drink. This is how to say, we drink. Listen and repeat.
Nosotros bebemos. Bebemos.
As a reminder, if you are a female and you are in a group that consists of both males and females, you must use the pronoun nosotros when saying the pronoun we. And if you're a female, and if you're in a group that only consists of females, then you must use the pronoun nosotras when saying the pronoun we. Again, how do you say we drink?
Nosotros bebemos. Bebemos.
Listen to this question.
¿Ustedes beben mucho café?
He just asked, ¿Ustedes beben mucho café? Ustedes beben mucho café means, do you guys drink a lot of coffee? This is how you say coffee. Listen and repeat.
Café. Café.
And how do you think you'd say the coffee?
El café. El café.
Listen to the question again.
¿Ustedes beben mucho café?
Respond, no, we do not drink a lot of coffee.
No, nosotros no bebemos mucho café. No, no bebemos mucho café.
Now tell him, we drink a lot of tea.
Nosotros bebemos mucho té. Bebemos mucho té.
Now ask, do you guys drink a lot of beer?
¿Ustedes beben mucha cerveza?
Listen to his response.
No, no bebemos mucha cerveza, pero bebemos mucho whisky, ron y vodka.
He just said, pero bebemos mucho whisky, ron y vodka. Pero bebemos mucho whisky, ron y vodka means, but we drink a lot of whiskey, rum, and vodka. The Spanish word whiskey means whiskey. The Spanish word ron means rum. And the Spanish word vodka means vodka. This is the end of Lección 5. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 6. If not, listen to this lesson until you're able to get 80% or more of the responses correct.